Citizens may continue to submit comments for items on today's agenda. Electronically, I encourage comments to be submitted early. They will be read at the appropriate time during the meeting. Comments will be accepted up to the conclusion of the vote of the item. Comments can be submitted through the City of El Cajon's website, which is www.cityofelcajon.us. That's cityofelcajon.us. Look under agendas and minutes and go to video streaming, and you'll see a button to submit your comments. The meeting is now called to order, and I'd like to ask for our city clerk to please call the roll.
All council members are present.
Thank you. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for a brief moment of silence? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The city clerk posted orders of adjournment of the April 13th, 2021 meeting and the agenda of the April 27th, 2021 meeting in accordance with state law, council, and housing authority policy. We have one presentation on today's agenda, and our Director of Parks and Recreation, Frank Carson, will be here. Frank? He's running. Hi, Frank.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to introduce Dominic Mangiapane. He's our Recreation Services Supervisor at the Fletcher Hills Pool, and he oversees our aquatics programs.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Dominic Mangiapane. I'm your Recreation Services Supervisor at Fletcher Hills Center. And we are going to be hosting a drowning prevention awareness event on Friday, April 30th, 3:30 to 5:30 p.m. And the whole point of it is to bring light to May being our Drowning Prevention Month. Drowning accounts for the second leading cause of death amongst children 1 to 18. With it being the second leading for behind birth defects of ages 1 to 4 and car crashes for 1 to 14. So it's a very preventable accident that we can prevent through proper education and swim lessons, which we offer here in El Cajon. So April Pools Day was started as a kickoff for the Drowning Prevention Month of May. Multiple cities and private agencies all participate in this event in conjunction with Safe Kids Worldwide, and we partner up with our San Diego Aquatic Council, which El Cajon is a part of, and we share resources and ideas to make successful events. So our contribution for drowning prevention with El Cajon, I'm going to show you 2019 stats just because that was our last normal stat, and we had 213 registered activities, over 2,000 participants, 2 junior lifeguard classes, various group style classes for 6 months to 3 years old. We had a learn to swim program 6 years up and older. We had tiny tot lessons for 3 to 5. We also had our private and semi-private lessons, which we were able to also carry over into our 2020 year for COVID. Our swim team is very popular. It's always sold out at a max of 30, and we're able to offer that the entire 7 months. And then same thing with our very popular water aerobics. In 2020, unfortunately, we were under COVID restrictions, but we still made it work as best we could. We offered private lessons, 170 classes in 4 months, 250 participants. We were able to do modified classes with reduced capacity for junior lifeguarding. We offered 2 separate swim teams at modified capacity, and then aerobics as well. And a silver lining to COVID was that we were able to start doing lap swimming, which was something that El Cajon didn't really do before, and now we're able to offer it. And we were one of the first and only cities to start it at the kind of the midway point of COVID back in July. So that was a very awesome little feather in our cap, and we got a lot of business from it. It's not business so much as bodies in the water. So for April 2020, we still wanted to contribute. to drowning prevention. We did a drive-through April Pools Day event, and we offered a safety bag filled with parent information, activities, and other keepsakes. This year, we are going to be going back to a modified version of our regular event. It is a group open swim. There will be social distancing, safety stations with a reach and throw activity. We've got a CPR mini lesson with hands-only CPR, no ventilations, sun safety booth, also crafts, and then I believe they were passed out to you, these water watcher tags. A lot of our accidents that happen are usually in the home or at an apartment pool as opposed to a staffed city facility. And the reason being is that adults tend to kind of forget that we have a shared responsibility for the children in our water. So this kind of designates who our designated watcher is. You're essentially the lifeguard on duty, and then if you need to use the restroom or go get some food at your barbecue, you hand off responsibility to another adult. We're also going to have the Heartland Fire Department, and they're going to be there as long as they don't get any calls, of course, in which case they do have to respond. But that'll be great. And again, it's going to be this Friday, April 30th from 3:30 to 5:30, and you are all welcome to attend.
Thanks very much. Let me see if there's some questions for you. I have a couple questions.
Sure.
Phil?
Oh, just a comment. I just want to thank you for putting on this event and participating.
Yeah.
In a past life, I was a lifeguard, and so I've seen kids drown, and it happens in a matter of seconds.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's extremely important that we're reminding our community members whenever you're around a pool, you got to keep a watchful eye on kids. So thank you.
I like to always throw in there, because this is a oddball tidbit, is I'm a lifeguard, and I've been in charge of or supervising lifeguards and training. I almost drowned on 2 occasions, once in the bay and once in a pool. So this is kind of like, it's a little, awesome that I've been able to like give back in this way. So
Nice. More questions? You talked about junior lifeguard training.
yes,
What's the age group of people that can be involved with that?
I want to say it's 9 to 13.
Oh, it does.
And it does not give them a cert, but we are looking into, for the future, offering at least a CPR cert. They're not old enough to receive a lifeguarding cert, but they can at least get the certification for CPR, because that's any age.
Well, in any event, certified or not, there's more lifeguards out there. So
Yeah. It's kind of like a little mini internship for younger kids. Yeah.
I think that's really neat. Is that going to be this summer?
Yes.
What's the dates?
So we'll be starting our summer programming June 21st, with registration going live on June 1st. And so those will be on, the lifeguarding program will be Tuesdays from 8 to 8:50.
See, that's live on June 1st?
Yes, for registration.
Okay. What about the swim lessons? When will they be? How do people sign up?
Oh, so we did a modified spring because of COVID. So these first 2 weeks, we're actually starting Monday with private lessons, and we were releasing them in 2-week blocks. And the group lessons are resuming May 17th with registration starting this past Monday.
Is there still room available? Or
For the older group, so the Learn to Swim 6 and up, that is still open. The Tiny Tots, though, I do know is full. The last I checked. And then, again, the group lessons for summer start June 1st, or registration June 1st, and then starting June 21st.
Okay. Well, that's all my questions. Hey, thanks for
Thank
being
you.
involved, for doing this.
Oh, yeah,
It's
thank you.
Such a tragedy to hear about a drowning death in your community. Everybody is just devastated by these kind of things. And,
And it's
boy, if we can
extremely preventable.
we can save some lives, that's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Frank, before you leave, you tell us a little bit about the awards that you've been racking up lately.
Awards regarding...
The dog park and
Yes, so the North Marshall Dog Park, I think actually Yasmin could speak to that a lot better than me. It was her group
Well, then-
that
then
applied
get
for
out
that.
of here. Let's talk
And
to
then come
let's
on
talk
down,
to somebody
Yasmin.
who can actually answer the question. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. Yasmin Arellano, Public Works Director. So yes, so very happy to report that we received the Project of the Year award from the American Public Works Association, and also maybe a week and a half ago, we were notified by the American Society of Civil Engineers San Diego section that the project, the North Marshall Park, was awarded the Award of Excellence for Community Improvement Project. And so we were happy this morning. We received, our mayor got interviewed. We had a little visit by KUSI. And this project was possible by a grant we received from Toro Foundation. And as you know, the Toro El Cajon facilities are almost across the street from the Marshall Park. And so it was in partnership with the Toro Foundation, with Urban Corps of San Diego, and City Public Works staff. So, and we have our city engineer he was the one who got us the grant, and also our associate engineer Sanan Kachi was instrumental in getting the construction.
Are they here today?
Yes, Jeff.
You should stand up and take a bow. That's like really great stuff. So it barely costs the city anything, right? I mean,
that is correct. We received a grant for $40,000 from Toro Foundation, and then we were able to match with a minimal amount and with staff work.
And these awards, are these national awards or local awards, or?
The awards that we received are local. They're San Diego section for both organizations, and the Torres award of the funding is by their foundation.
Please pass on our thanks to the Toro Corporation for their interest in this and for supporting what you've done. And please pass on your thanks to all your staff. This is really reflective of what a great staff we have here at El Cajon. Any questions or comments? Or hey, great job. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. You know, one of the great things about this dog park, I don't want to keep you up there, is that it's right next to the animal shelter. So people that meet a dog that they think they might want to take home can go over to the dog park, take the dog off the leash, let him run around with the family a little bit, and get a good sense of how the dog's going to fit in. And I think that's just really cool. I appreciate that. Okay. Agenda changes. Staff, do you have any agenda changes?
Mr. Mayor, no changes to the agenda.
Okay. Council? All right. We are consent items. Consent items are routine matters enacted by one motion according to the recommendation listed below. With the concurrence of the City Council, a council member or person in attendance may request discussion of a consent item at this time. Council members, do you wish to pull any consent items? I actually would like to talk about the AMR contract, which I think is consent item 6. But before I go there, staff, do you wish to pull any consent items?
No, sir.
All right, so my question about AMR, and I'm sure you've thought all this through. Since we've moved to AMR from our fire department, have we lost much revenue in billing? And, you know, is this a fiscally good idea to keep contracting this out, this service?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to allow our fire chief, Steve Swaney, to respond to that.
Hi, Chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Welcome.
So I believe the question was, is it cost effective to contract out with AMR versus provide the service ourselves?
Yeah, in light, I'd like just get some kind of a light of the billing situation, how much we've lost by not billing or how much we've gained.
So there has been no loss. When we were running the ambulance service in 2016 is when we went to AMR. We were running essentially 3 full-time 24-hour paramedic units, and we were at the point where we needed to add more resources. We were putting out about $11.7 million a year in billables and only getting about $3.5 million back. So it was not a profitable endeavor. So because of the payer mix in the city of El Cajon, with a lot of the convalescent facilities, a lot of people that are on Medicare, a lot of people that are on Medi-Cal, and that type of insurance base, they have caps on what they'll pay for services. So
True.
because of our payer mix, we were kind of handicapped. Even if we did raise our rates, it wouldn't make any difference. So the AMR right now has 5 units in the city that they're operating, 3 full-time 24-hour paramedic units and 2 12-hour paramedic units. So they've actually increased the amount of services available to the citizens, and it's cheaper for them to provide service because they're not paying a firefighter paramedic wage, and they're not paying CalPERS at a public safety rate. So overall, it was a very expensive system for the city to keep trying to add additional resources to keep up with the demand.
Okay, well, that answers the question. I'm going to see if anybody else has questions. Steve?
I think I saw somewhere in the staff report the city actually received some income from AMR as, I'll call it space rent for the ambulances. Is that correct?
There's a couple different ways that we get some income from AMR. One, we lease space in the fire stations to them for their cruise quarters. They're commingled with within our fire stations, so they pay a monthly lease, and I believe we get somewhere around $120,000, $125,000 a year in lease payments.
Yeah.
And then we also get or receive what they call pass-through fees. So we have a response criteria for them to be on scene within a certain period of time. And the way that they buy extra minutes is we have paramedics on our fire engines. And so we're able to provide advanced life support on the fire engines, and they're there a lot quicker. So they can take a little while longer to get there. So what they do is they try to compensate us for the cost of the difference between just a regular firefighter EMT and a firefighter paramedic. So just that difference between becoming a paramedic is they try to compensate for not only the wages, but also for the equipment that it takes to provide that service. So there's about close to $500,000 a year that comes into the city for that.
Yeah.
And then the city does have a door tax that goes towards the ALS or the paramedic program. We get about $380,000 for that. So we're actually getting revenue in and being able to keep it versus subsidizing an ambulance service that is very expensive.
Go ahead, Steve.
I've got a question for the city manager, and you can decide whether you answer or you defer. I noticed in a contract 2 things. Number one, we talked about there's perhaps a clerical error in the start date in attachment A from May 1st to make it May 11th, so it starts the day after the existing contract. We're okay there. My question, second question, I just forgot. So it was about, you were just
Termination.
The termination. Thank you. The current or the proposed contract talks about either party can terminate on 30 days' notice, which is pretty fast. Do we have the ability to react within 30 days if AMR says, for whatever reason, we're out, and would the public service be interrupted?
So I'll let the chief answer that, but the one nice thing before he does, this agreement is tied in with the Grossmont Healthcare District's contract as well. So we have a little bit of protection in that this is a contract that's tied in with a contract that supports the entire region. Now, that does get to the point, what if AMR just says we're leaving the entire region? So the question is, can we react to that? So I'll turn that part over to the chief.
So just to be painfully honest, that was a mistake, and I submitted a new contract. So the start date isn't aligned with our contract that is expiring, and then the termination terms are the city can terminate without cause with 120-day notice to them, and if they're going to terminate without cause, they have to give us a 365-day notice. So that was AMR has switched to global medical response, and so their legal is kind of switched right now, and so some of the lease terms got included into the service provider terms, and so that we have redone that contract, and it's been already been corrected.
Good news. Okay, thank you.
Just away from money and contracts for a second, how does this affect life of the firefighter.
How does it affect the life of the firefighter?
I remember when we originally switched over to AMR, one of the concerns was that the firefighters were being run ragged, and we needed to ease off that pressure valve a little bit. Have we achieved what we wanted to achieve with that?
It's a work in progress. What we're starting to do now is, because one of the benefits of the pandemic is that the county has released some of its authority and has lightened up some of our response criteria. So we've taken advantage of what they call the P801 policy that dictates what first responders have to do and how they have to respond. So we have a call triaging system, emergency medical dispatch system, that takes the lowest level of calls. Say you have a cut finger where you really don't need to have a fire engine and a paramedic ambulance show up. You could be fine just going in a car, but say you don't have transportation, you need an ambulance to take you there. We're not even sending a paramedic ambulance now. We're not sending a fire engine now. We're simply sending an emergency medical or a basic life support. So our folks aren't even responding to that. So we've been able to cut our call volume about 15%, just taking advantage of that and sending the appropriate. Part of this new AMR contract comes with studying getting a medical director and also a nurse call center. So these calls that come in maybe from the convalescent facilities or maybe from a private residence that aren't life-threatening, they'll get shipped to a nurse call center, and the nurse call center, they'll triage the call and send the most appropriate resource. Could be a lift, it could be making a doctor's appointment, it could be a BLS ambulance, or they could find out, no, they need the full boat and send an engine in an ambulance. So I've been in the business about 40 years, and we just continue to do the same thing no matter what over and over again. So one of my goals is to right-size it and change it so that it makes sense. And so that's really what we're working for, and AMR is a great partner for that.
The nurse call center, is that just Heartland, or is that countywide?
No, that's just us doing that.
Wow, that's very innovative.
Yeah. So thank you. We're trying to align ourselves. The state dictates what we can do, our licenses, and what we can't do. So it's kind of a battle with the state medical director, and with partnering with AMR, we can have our own medical director, and we can operate under their license of authority a lot more freely. And the medical director for AMR is the same one that wrote the Kaiser triage program.
Right.
So he has some credibility behind him.
And you like that Kaiser program?
I'm sorry?
You like that Kaiser program?
Yeah. Yeah. It's very effective and has a very, very low error rate. So.
Sorry you got grilled, but thank you.
That's okay.
Okay. Well, you're not done yet. Okay.
Hi, sorry, real quick. Since you've been in the industry for a really long time, what happened to is it more cost effective now than it was, like, say, in the 80s when we would bid, a call would come in, you've got Hartsons, you've got Shapers, and, okay, we can be there in 5 minutes. We have a crew out there. Is it more cost effective to have an in-house ambulance than it is to go out with whatever company is available?
So the county, in order to prevent this kind of the same thing that happened with tow trucks in the police department and people kind of, shopping calls and trying to steal calls from each other, there's actually exclusive operating areas within the county. El Cajon is one of the few cities that actually owns its 201 rights that says we have the ability to decide who's going to run ALS or 911 calls. We don't have the ability to regulate the basic life support. So a lot of the companies like MaxCare and that type of thing, they can come and run calls in the city as long as it's not an emergency 911 call.
Okay.
So they basically said, in your area, if you have that right, you can dictate who runs your 911 calls for you.
Okay, thank you. I used to be an EMT back in the 80s, and so we would bid for those calls. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
I didn't know you were EMT. That's great. Not to belabor this, I have a question for council. I didn't think about this until we got up here. It's a minor thing, but my son is a paramedic for AMR. Should I recuse myself on this?
Well, your son is dependent. He's not. He's independent of you.
Yes.
Yeah. And how old is he? Over 18 years of age.
Yeah, he's 23.
And doesn't live with you or anything of that nature.
He does live with us.
Does live with you. He still, as an independent adult, he's not providing payment to you, you're welcome to continue to participate.
Thanks. All right, then, if there's no more discussion, I'll make a motion to approve the consent items. Please vote.
And for the record, sir, we received no comment for consent items.
Thank you. I forgot about
And
that. After all
motion
that
carries
discussion.
by unanimous vote.
All right, that brings us to public comment. At this time, any person may address a matter within the jurisdiction of the City Council, Housing Authority, successor agency to the El Cajon Redevelopment Agency that is not on the agenda. Excuse me. Comments related to items on today's agenda are to be taken at the time that the item is heard. State law prohibits discussion or action on items not on the agenda. However, City Council and Housing Authority members may briefly respond to statements or questions. An item may be placed on a future agenda. Angela, did we receive any comments for public comment?
Yes, sir. We received 11 comments, 9 in person and 2 online. So with your permission, I'll call the people who are present at the chamber first. The first person is Wadad Shlate.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good. Will you pull that down so we can hear you with a microphone?
This one?
Yeah, you can pull it bent, so you can pull it down. There you go.
How about now?
Better. Yeah.
Okay, well, nice to see everybody. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Widad Shlota. I'm an American from Iraq. I have been here for 40 years. Retired electronics engineer from the Department of the Navy. I am an elected Assembly District Democratic Delegate, Vice President of the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee, as well as a board member in the ACLU, American Civil Liberty Union. As an Arab American, the census does not provide Arabs, Middle Easterners, and North Africans with a way to truly be counted. We have been a part of the fabric of this country for generations. Additionally, the majority of Arab refugees and immigrant communities have resettled in El Cajon in the past 10 years and were not included in the 2020 census. It is as if we don't exist as a distinct group with particular needs, especially in the area of health. I ask you, do we exist in the way you count us? The community wants to provide input on how you draw the new maps. People have moved in and out of El Cajon, and our communities have changed. We want to tell you about that so that you can draw maps that ensure people get fair representations and show us as a community undivided where we work, where we live, and where we go to school. And El Cajon residents are excited to be part of this historic process that will shape our democracy for the next 10 years. We urge you to include redistricting planning on your upcoming city council meeting agenda so that you can provide updates on the planning process to the city residents. Thank you for your time, and we are looking forward to working with you throughout this process.
Yeah, just so you know, the city is in agreement with you that we would think that the census should be updated to include Middle Eastern Americans as their own group. And I think it would be really helpful to us. We've petitioned the federal government, and unfortunately, it's the federal government that has to make that decision. So we agree with you.
Thank you very much. And we have no doubt about that. We just want, it's an element of time.
Yes, I agree. I think it will eventually come around.
Okay, and we can work together. We can work with the city manager like we have done a few years ago. I also, on this note, would like to invite all of you to the 10th anniversary of the San Diego Arab Film Festival, starting June 5th at Balboa Park, the Museum of Photographic Art. So you will enjoy it and you get to learn about our culture and another narrative to discuss our history. Thank you again. I appreciate your time.
Very kind of you to invite us. Any questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
I want to thank all of our Middle Eastern friends that have really played a big part in revitalizing downtown El Cajon. And I've got a lot of friends that own restaurants and small shops from the Middle East. And I tell you, a lot of times they're working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, and providing lots of jobs in the city. And they have really brought an entrepreneurial spirit to our city. So I think that's just fantastic.
Thank you, Mr. Kendrick.
And I like your food.
I love my food, and I love American food because it's a diverse. President Biden, on April 19th, declared April as Arab American Heritage Month, as well as the State Department, the City of San Diego, the 9 district council members, and the Mayor Todd Gloria gave us a ceremonial declaration proclaiming April as Arab American Heritage Month. So,
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Next speaker, Daniel Bickford.
Hello, Mr. Bickford. Welcome.
It's good to be here. Yeah, I didn't want to call out item 4 off the consent calendar, but I do have to just thank you guys for your support of the Heartland Fire Training Facility. As a volunteer for East County CERT, I've had the opportunity to train there and had a really good time there. I'm here to thank you guys for your continuing leadership through the COVID pandemic. Your leadership and support of the common sense business practices over unrealistic county restrictions based on a tyrannical state mandate helped our El Cajon businesses with revenues without a significant rise in the local COVID rates. I'm very happy that you're getting back to the business of being prepared for the great events that make El Cajon a fun place to live, work, and play. Thank you, council and staff, mostly staff, for your continued work on these items. You guys come in here twice a week or twice a month and take all the credit for the stuff that staff does. Thank you, staff, for everything you do.
Thanks, Mr. Bickford. I think.
Ivan Andujar.
Hello, sir. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, staff, and council. It's been a while since we've been here to speak in person, and I just wanted to come on down. Harold couldn't make it. I'm with East County Transitional Living Center, Ivan Andujar, Director of Operations. So I just wanted to come down and say thank you for everything that you do for us in the city and addressing the homeless problem as well and coming together and being great partners with that. I just wanted to throw some quick numbers, year-to-date numbers at you. It just so happened I didn't realize today was the second reading of CDBG. It's normally on my calendar, but since you're doing some of these via Zoom, I missed it, but, I'm here. So year-to-date, we have about 598 men, women, and children that have come through the various programs at ECTLC. We just finished our foundation work for the 2 new buildings. Some of you were able to be there. Thank you for being there. We look forward for the rest of the project to take place. We're looking at end of May, early June. You'll all be receiving invitations to that event. And with with that, we'll be able to free up 40 additional rooms for 40 families that are out there in need of help right now. So again, thank you for everything that you do in cooperation with ECTLC and addressing the homeless issues in East County as a whole, and especially here in El Cajon. Any new trends that are going on, we're really bracing for when the courts open up and evictions start being processed. We foresee a great need, and there's going to be a flood of families coming in. But we're prepared for it. We foresee it. And again, together, we'll make sure that these families receive the help that they're looking for. And if there's any questions.
Oh, thank you for coming, Ivan. ECTLC has been on my star list for about 17 years now, since your inception. How many children do you have there right now?
Roughly 160 kids roaming the campus right now, and we figure that's almost going to double with the additional 40 families that are going to be coming in.
Yeah, as you know, I have 3 of your graduates living at my house right now.
Right.
And I would encourage everybody to do something like that. We all play a part in this, and they worked out really well. The only problem I have is sometimes they put the dishware in the wrong spot. But other than that, they worked out really great.
Training.
So thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Ivan, I think it was last week you invited the El Cajon Police Department to come play basketball with the kids.
We did.
That was kind of fun. I think you live streamed that. I thank you for inviting them to your property to have this kind of interaction, this positive interaction. The kids shot better than the cops did, so they've got some work to do to catch up.
They had a lot of gear on. I give them props. It was a hot day. They had full gear. And I think they're looking at having that be not a regular event, but at least a quarterly event.
I just think it's a great example of interaction in the community in a positive way. So thank you for inviting them onto the property.
It's going to happen again.
Yeah, that's great, because there's so much, animosity towards police departments in other cities right now, and I think we need to show that police officers are good folks that want to help people.
Well, it all started with, there was a call out, and they were, a couple officers were standing around and picked up a basketball, started shooting hoops with them. And it's just blossomed from them. So ECPD took the first steps of reaching out, and the kids responded to it, and we're going to make it a regular thing.
You know, I never mentioned it, but I live in Granite Hills, and we have a basketball hoop in my front yard. And my grandkids were out there playing, and I come out one afternoon, and there's 2 police officers playing with my grandkids playing basketball with them, and they didn't know it was my house. And they were a little nervous.
The guys are great.
No, but I think, that kind of community policing is invaluable. That's
I agree.
My grandkids now are going to see police officers as their friends for the rest of their lives, I hope. So, anyway, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Phil.
Ivan, good to see you in person. Like the rest of the council, you guys have been all-stars over at ECTLC and really taking the lead in San Diego with helping out our homeless and homeless families. And you just launched your teen center a couple months ago. How's that working out? Are the kids liking it? Is it a revolving door?
They want us to open that thing up 24/7. And, of course, we can't do that. We're looking at bringing on additional staff to help with that. We're looking for volunteers. So if anybody's interested in coming down and volunteers with the teens, once restrictions are lifted, we want to open that up to some of the kids that may be living in the motels in the area, so they can come in as well and participate. It's like a mini rec center.
Yeah, you know that oftentimes I get local churches coming to me and saying, what can we do to help? And I think that would be a great thing to do.
Yeah.
You should give me a call. We'll help coordinate some of that.
Perfect. And being an ex-Parks and Recreation person myself, kudos to the Parks and Rec department.
Got an awesome Parks and Rec. Any more questions? Thanks. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Janine Erica?
Hi, Erica. Welcome.
It's Janine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Janine.
It's okay.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, council members and staff. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Janine Ericat, and I'm a community organizer at the Partnership for Advancement of New Americans and a member of the East County Justice Coalition. If you had a chance to read through the letter sent yesterday, you can see that we have a lot of partner organizations and community members excited about this redistricting process and strive for a representative democracy that reflects the rich ethnic, racial, economic, and political diversity of the city of El Cajon. As mentioned in our letter, the city should begin securing a consultant now, and the city should conduct a transparent bidding process, including public posting of requests for bids and proposals submitted, public presentations from prospective consultants, and public discussion and decision about the awarding of the contract and the opportunity for public comment. Although the Census Bureau is releasing a legacy format version of the PL94 data in mid-August, that data is not immediately usable. The statewide database will first need to format and adjust statewide data as required by law, which will take about 30 days. So it will not be available to local cities and counties until late September. This would give 3 months to conduct a redistricting process, which falls in line with significant holidays in the fall. So waiting to receive census data to engage the public is not enough time to plan and engage the public intentionally in redistricting. We urge you to include redistricting planning on your upcoming city council meeting agendas so that you can provide updates on the planning process to the city's residents. Thank you for your willingness to do this important work for the residents of El Cajon, and we look forward to working with you to facilitate community engagement in a fair and inclusive redistricting process.
Thank you. Let me see if there's any questions for you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you so much.
Rahman Awad.
Hello, welcome.
Hi everyone. Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rama Awad, and I'm a community organizer at the Majdal Center. We're the Arab Community Center of San Diego, and we're actually based just across the street from you all, so it was a 2-minute walk. The Majdal Center is a grassroots institution committed to uplifting the Arab community in San Diego, and we are a member of the East County Justice Coalition. We're also a member of the San Diego Refugee Communities Coalition, which is a coalition of 11 ethnic community-based organizations from across the county. Many of the Arab American community members we serve as Majdal have recently resettled in the last decade and thus are not counted for in the current district maps. The maps drawn now do not accurately represent us. So much of our community members are Syrian, Iraqi, many of whom resettled within the past 10 years. That being said, we have engaged many of our community members with census, and they are excited to be part of this redistricting process. Given all the work ahead of you, we recommend that the city begin planning for redistricting now to secure the expertise, the tools, resources, and community input necessary to ensure a fair, open, and complete redistricting process. We therefore urge you to include redistricting planning on your upcoming city council meeting agendas so that you can provide us in the community on the planning process to the city's residents. Many jurisdictions in the region, large and small, have already started their redistricting process or processes, and others are starting soon. We encourage the city of El Cajon to follow suit and keep the public informed as we move forward. Thank you for your time, and we're looking forward to working with you throughout this process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mumtaz Mamand.
Before we you go ahead and call them up, but Phil has a question for staff.
Question for staff. With regard to redistricting, what does the city's preparation look like right now?
Certainly, as Ms. Erica pointed out, we are waiting for data. So it'd be impossible to redraw district boundaries right now until we have that data, because we know that there is going to be a rush for redistricting throughout the state of California, and there's very few firms that have this expertise to do this. We've actually begun the procurement process because we know the contract amount won't exceed my ability for signing. It doesn't make sense for us to go out and bring an RFP to the city council for approval. So we've actually started that procurement process. We're in the midst of that right now. And once we believe we have somebody in line, we'll bring that contract to the city council, and we'll also bring forward some options that they're going to recommend that we move forward that will ensure that we have openness and transparency. Regardless of which firm we use, we liked the process last time. There was a lot of dialogue. There's a lot of community engagement, so we'd like to encourage that. However, we just don't know what the boundaries look like until we see the data. For all we know, there's been no movement in districts. I don't think that's the case, but we don't know that, again, until the data presents itself. So we are a bit holding pattern. As your staff, I think it's a little premature to start holding community workshops without anything to talk about. So that's kind of where we're at.
But so we're getting the process ready if we do need to retain a consultant for this process.
Correct. So the letter that the council received, it alleges that we're not doing anything. That's not the case. We're actually well within the procurement process right now. Hi. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, distinguished council members and guests. I hope everyone is in the best health in this dire situation. If I'm coughing, please don't run away from here. Thank you for giving me the floor to speak today. My name is Mumtaz Momand. I am an Al Cajon resident and active member of the growing Afghan community here in Al Cajon. I'm here today to ask the City Council to begin planning for redistricting now. As a resident of Al Cajon, redistricting is a very important issue, and we as an Afghan community want the process to be inclusive. Our community is often ignored here in Al Cajon. To change this, we want to take an active role in the political process, and we see redistricting as our first step to have a presence in Al Cajon. We want to tell you about our community so that you can draw maps that make sure people get fair representation. Without updating the community on your redistricting timeline, you're taking action without the community you serve. We are all neighbors and we belong in the same community and should be working together in the whole process. As an Al Cajon resident, we are excited to be part of this historic process that will shape our democracy for the next 10 years. We urge you to include redistricting planning on your upcoming City Council meeting agendas so that you can provide updates on the planning process to the city's residents. Thank you for your time. We're looking forward to be working with you throughout this process. Thank you once again, and thank you for listening.
Thanks for coming.
If there's any question, I'm at your service.
Questions? Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Kathy Seaman.
Kathy, it's great to see you. Gosh, we haven't seen so many people for a year.
My name is Kathy Zeman. I'm a property owner in El Cajon, and I'm also on the board of directors for the Downtown El Cajon Business Partners. And so I was here last week, and 2 weeks ago, and I saw the presentation made by the city regarding the homeless and that issue and what you're doing about it. And I felt compelled to say something today because I just didn't agree with a lot of the views that were being expressed the last city council meeting. I was actually surprised and kind of proud of everything that the city of El Cajon does to help the homeless. I didn't know that we had all those resources. I didn't know that you had committed so much money to helping the homeless and to dealing with that problem. When you talked about the voucher program, I was actually happy that the city of El Cajon took a look to see whether you were throwing good money after bad and whether that voucher program was working, because if it's not leading to
permanent housing for people, on a pretty regular basis, then you're right. You need an alternative for that. It seems like the city's done a good job of getting the homeless off the streets and out of the parks. When I drive by Wells Park now, I notice that there's a lot of families there. I don't see the homeless encampments that were once there. My office is next to Judson Park, and I would have trouble renting to tenants sometimes because of the congregation of homeless people in the park, and they just felt it was like an unsafe area or something. But I haven't had that problem lately. So I'm also on the board of directors for Downtown El Cajon Business Partners, and for people who aren't sure what that is, we host a lot of community events like the Cajon Classic Cruise and also the dinner and concerts, which are on Friday nights during the summer. And we have a relationship with ECTLC, and they do our Clean and Safe program for us. So they pick up trash, and they power wash, and they do things, during the day. And again, as Ivan was saying, that they're a resource that's totally committed to helping anybody who wants help, and they have a tremendous program that's helped hundreds and hundreds of people. And they're a model because other areas have reached out to them to figure out how they're doing and what they're doing and copy the model that they have. So I would say that for our city clean, and I'm sorry, I'm going to go a little over. I hope that's okay. So probably our Clean and Save crew deals with power washing, human waste, grime, dirt from the business areas of the city, almost on a daily basis. Just because you're homeless, you really shouldn't be defecating and urinating in the doorways of these businesses. A lot of the business owners have bleach that they keep in their stores so that they can go out and they can clean, before their clientele comes in during the day. Downtown El Cajon Business Partners provides a night patrol, and they go to the different businesses or properties during the night, and they make sure that there's no trouble, there's no homeless. 90% of their contacts that they have are with homeless people that are camping on properties.
Can I interrupt you for just a second? Our time is up, but Kathy, I want you to finish because I think this is really important to hear from the Downtown Business Partners perspective what's happening with the homeless. So,
yes,
thank you.
Thank you.
Please continue.
So the night patrols, as I say, 90% of their contacts are with homeless people. They're either encamped on private property or they are breaking into unoccupied private property to set up residences. We had a place on Lexington that had a lot of people living in it. I believe that has been cleared now. There is actually a website where our security officers make a report every night. And they post pictures of what they're doing. I'd be happy to give that information to any of the council members that want to check that out and go there and check out what's going on. So even now, with all the efforts of the city council, the biggest complaints that we get from property and business owners does deal with the homeless. And so, one thing that just driving around, I'm in El Cajon all the time, and I hate it when I walk around El Cajon and I see a tortured individual, half clothed, ranting and raving at some unseen, unknown entity out there, because those people, they need help. And I know that this goes beyond just being homeless. It needs to be addressed in a different way. And listening to the presentation at the meeting last week and listening to all of the council members speak, I can tell that they are impassioned about this issue. I can tell that they care about every individual out there, and they want to help them. They want to make them succeed in life. But, I know there's only so much things that the city council can do. So I know the city has to, look out for the city business owners, property owners, and residents, because it's our city, too. It's not, just the homeless that need the help here. And I don't think that the issue of chronic homelessness combined with insobriety, drug abuse, and mental health issues should be tolerated or ignored. It has to be addressed. And I'm hoping that the city council can come up with a way to do that. But overall, I just applaud the way the city council has been handling the homeless issue in our city.
Thanks, Kathy. Let me see if there's any questions for you. Steve?
This is a comment, really, to that point. from an experience I had yesterday morning in downtown El Cajon, or within the district, I believe. There was a woman who appeared to be mentally ill, and she was running into traffic. And there were two police officers who were also running into traffic, trying to secure her and take her back to the sidewalk, which they did. And by the way, this lady had a 4-foot stick, which in some instances can be considered a weapon. Smartly, our officers secured her, set the stick aside, calmed her down, and appropriately released her. Now, she has some conditions that require expertise that the police officers don't have, that we don't have, that we don't get funding for. And this is a frustration, probably countywide, if not nationwide, is this mental health crisis. But I'm so proud of our police that they secured this with compassion, really an appropriate de-escalating type of response. But this is the crisis that we face, this mental health crisis.
Yes, oftentimes the police officers will respond to our security patrols at night when they have these issues, and the police 100% of the time deal with the problem totally appropriately and within, reason, and handle it the way it should be handled.
Yeah, I would just like to take this opportunity to thank you for working with East County Transitional Living Center. As I said, I've had a number of people cycle through my house over the last 5 years, and every single one says if it wasn't for East County Transitional Living Center and the help that they got there, they'd be dead in some gutter somewhere.
They do a great job, and they provide not only our clean and safe and everything, but our concerts, our car shows actually start next Wednesday. They provide a lot of the staffing for our car shows, especially like next week when it's going to be a full street closure. And they are also our concert crew who sets up our stage, our rigging, and everything for the concerts, which are going to start on July 2nd.
Yeah, I think this is a case where the state needs to step up to the plate and provide mental health counseling or even places for them to live and until they get their heads together.
Right.
Because it's beyond what the city can do.
And something to do with the drugs, too. Yeah.
I can tell you that for sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy.
Beatriz Garcia.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Beatriz Garcia, and I also am a community organizer. I work with Justice Overcoming Boundaries, and we are an active member of the East County Justice Coalition, and several of our partners have already spoken. So, as you know, I will be speaking about redistricting. And so our effort with the East County Justice Coalition, we're a grassroots effort of East County residents, organizations, churches, and institutions interested in ensuring justice for our Black, Latino, Indigenous, Muslim, and other communities of color. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And I am here to uplift a couple of the points that were included in the letter, but now that there has been a response, I also want to respond to some of those. So back on February 9th, the city of El Cajon, at a city council meeting, did make a commitment and made a public announcement about the commitment to ensure a transparent process, and we've heard that all today. Time has moved fast. In a blink of an eye, we're now entering May pretty soon. So time is moving fast. We have to move fast as well in the process. And what we're all asking for here is an open and transparent process for all residents who are interested to participate can do so. And we know that 2020 year was unprecedented. Nothing turned out the way that we had expected a year ago. And so we know that that has pushed back the results of the census, and getting them here means that it's a different timeline. However, that does not preclude the city of El Cajon beginning the process of engaging residents now. There are just a couple of things that I want to point out in the interest of time. So there was already, and these are comments in response to what you shared, there was already a statewide webinar by the League of Cities that provided information and advised cities to get started early in the redistricting process, and that you could begin as a city taking community of interest testimony now. That's not tied to the census data that we're waiting for, and is required by redistricting criteria. We can share the link to the webinar if you'd like to learn more. And this isn't something that a community organization like ours did. This is actually a webinar hosted by the Statewide City Clerks Association and was promoted and presented by the League of Cities and the County Supervisors Association. So it's not just from stories of community. However, it is important to include those communities, and it's important to start the process now so that you don't leave anyone out. Especially as the city changes demographics, we want to make sure that people who look like me and those who've spoken on this issue have a voice in the process that will determine our voting power for the next 10 years. And I'd also like to leave some information. We have a community forum around these issues. I'll leave copies here with the clerk who can share with you
I appreciate
on
that.
May 4th. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Wells, Dave Richards from my office is coming down. In fact, he just showed up in the back. Those that are interested in redistricting issues, he has a business card he can pass out, and we can engage you folks in the days to come.
Hope that's helpful.
Nathan Cornett.
Mr. Cornett, it's been a long time.
It has been a while. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the City Council meeting. I didn't write anything down. I should probably take notes next time. I wanted to make a comment about the homeless situation. All this redistricting talk has got my mind going, and I've got some comments about that, but I'm going to save it for another time when it can be a little more composed. I wanted to say thank you to this council and to city staff, to our police, and the various organizations that are working with this city's homeless. I've lived in East County my entire life, and El Cajon has a reputation, or had a reputation. My whole life I heard about it. And then I moved into the city and saw it firsthand, some of the problems that we're facing. I help run a business that's over there off Fessler and Johnson, and that entire street on Fessler has had encampments for as long as we've been there. Our girls that come out of the office late at night have been harassed. I've had things thrown at me. We are consistently cursed out. It has been a tough situation. I don't know what their specific department is, but the police have come out there and done what they do to kind of help clear that place out and keep us safe. And recently, probably in the last 4 months or so, I have seen that whole place be a completely different place to be, a completely different place to work. So whatever you guys are doing, I just want to say thank you. I'm very grateful for it. We used to maintain the landscaping over at the Boys and Girls Club over off of by Wells Park. And I brought my family there one time, and it was not a good experience, pretty unsafe in a lot of ways, felt very threatened. In fact, the Boys and Girls Club, one of their biggest issues was the encampments of people that lived there. We were installing large rocks and spiky plants in order to prevent the homeless from sleeping there and harassing the kids that would come to that program on a daily basis. And so anyways, that's been totally cleaned up. I'm just absolutely surprised and shocked and thankful. So I want to say thank you to you guys. ECTLC, I have referred dozens of people to their organization and seen several take up beds there and do better. Their life is better. And so I'm just thankful for the work that you guys are doing. I know it is not a simple thing, but in fact, it's very, very complicated from both a legal and political and all the other different ways. So I just want to say thank you for all your work. Really appreciate it, and it is noticed. So thank you.
Thanks, Nathan. Appreciate that.
And sir, the last two comments were submitted online. The first one is from Ann Barron. She writes, I am a board member on the board of directors of the Peace Resource Center of San Diego. We at the PRC also suggest that you begin up to plan for redistricting now to ensure adequate community input dialogue and participation in a fair, open, and complete redistricting process. Waiting to engage the public until after the release of redistricting data will not allow for enough time to engage the public, and the process is required. We therefore join with other community members and organizations to ask you to include redistricting planning in your upcoming City Council meeting agendas and provide residents with updates. The PRC looks to promote peace by promoting and engaging in open communication. The redistricting process is essential to inclusive democratic processes. Please work to include the public in all phases of redistricting and let us know what you're planning. This includes providing as needed essential translation. El Cajon is very diverse with several populations that don't speak English as first language. This begins with conducting a public and transparent process to secure a redistricting and line drawing consultant with opportunity for public participation and comments. The community wants to provide input on how you draw the new maps. People have moved in and out of El Cajon and our communities have changed. We want to tell you about that so you can draw maps that make sure people get fair representation. And the last comment is from Stephanie Harper. We need to consider a way to keep costs down for our city. One thing very important we need to consider here is our homeless people filing a class action suit against the city for their property being taken illegally. It is every American's right to have belongings. And it's every American's right to be treated fairly. When our officers illegally taking possessions of our citizens without putting them in the property room or dealing with them in the correct manner according to our municipal code, it is illegal. It costs the city of San Diego hundreds of thousands of dollars to settle a case that their homeless citizens brought forth. This type of treatment happens every day or every other day in the city of El Cajon. Our homeless citizens may be homeless, but they're not stupid. They will rally up and bring a case against the city of El Cajon. In order for this to keep from happening, we need to consider opening up transitional storage units. These units will not only help with the property problem, but also help with trash problem that we tend to have in our city. Since our homeless people take everything they own with them everywhere they go, it is a hardship, and the police harass them and take their property. There are simple solutions to this before it becomes a bigger problem. Our homeless people are citizens too, and they deserve just as much respect as any other citizen here in our city. The police would never think of going into someone's home and taking their belongings, so why are our homeless citizens treated differently? Please look into this problem and consider the fact that we are handling this wrong. This ongoing issue for our city that's going to cost us a lot of money. Thank you for your time, and that's the end of the comments.
Thank you, Angela. All right. There are no written communications on today's agenda. We are now at public hearings, so we have 3 items to consider. Item 8 is an adoption of the fiscal year 2021 through 2022 one-year action plan. Staff, will you please tell us about this? Hi.
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council
Welcome.
members. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Jamie Van Raviston, Housing Manager. This is the second of 2 required public hearings for adoption of the fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan and the allocations of the CDBG and home funds to the projects. These projects and allocations were reviewed at the first public hearing conducted on February 23rd. Staff presented recommendations for funding based on estimated funding amounts from HUD. City Council heard and accepted public comments and adopted the preliminary allocations that make up the one-year action plan. On February 25th, HUD announced the actual allocations, and both the CDBG and home funding amounts came in a little lower than expected. Attachments 2 and 3 of your agenda report reflect the adjustments required in the categories of funding and the final allocations to the projects. So a summary of the action plan and notice of this public hearing were published on multiple dates for a minimum 30-day public review and comment period, and the notices were also posted in the various public locations and on the city's website. Staff recommends that City Council finalize the allocations of these funds and the projects as part of the fiscal year 21-22 one-year action plan and adopts the next resolution in order approving and adopting that action plan. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks for that report. Appreciate that. Questions from council? No. All right, the public hearing is now open. Angela, do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, sir. We received 11 comments. The first one is from Megan Afsan, and she writes, "My name is Megan Afsan. As co-founder of Borderlands for Equity, a pro bono civil rights nonprofit, we urge El Cajon City Council to please take the inequities facing our communities of color comprised of indigenous, Black, immigrant and refugee, Latinos, and Muslims seriously. We must address the severe lack of COVID-19 vaccination sites in the East County. We must address the issue of redistricting to create better awareness and educate our East County siblings at all levels. Most importantly, we urge that the $49,107 designated for community policing programs to be reinvested in the existing programs which serve the community. Not a dime of relief aid needs to be allocated towards the El Cajon Police Department. As we are still in the midst of a global pandemic, we must help continue those in our community struggling the most. Thank you for your time." The next comment.
Well, excuse me for 1 second. Graham, did you want to comment on any of that?
Well, I think it's. I think the commenter just looked at a graph and made an assumption that we were pushing almost $50,000 of CDBG funds to the police department. That's not the case. Staff is recommending that $49,107 be allocated to the crime-free multi-housing program that happens to be administered by the police department. As you know, this program is one that supports and improves the quality of life in many of the apartment complexes in our community. It literally serves thousands of residents, mostly affordable housing residents in our community. It's not a police program per se, but it's just administered by them.
All right, it's, good clarification. Thank you.
I will continue, sir, but most of these comments are the same kind of comment. The next one from Danielle. "The Women of East County BIPOC and our diverse group of over 1,200 followers stand in strong opposition to COVID relief money being used by the police department in any capacity. We believe that this money should be used to build community, not tear it down by over-policing. I understand that most residents of El Cajon view police differently than us and think they actually serve a purpose in society. But the El Cajon Police Department is already heavily funded with revenue coming from multiple streams, such as the miscellaneous public safety grant for over $300,000. Total, they receive over $41 million in funding annually. They do not need a single penny of money meant to support low-income residents and those facing housing insecurity. Regardless of your stance on the police department, I hope you can understand that they are not lacking funding, and we aren't even asking you to defund the police right now. We are simply asking that you do not give them an additional $50,000 on top of their already but heavy budget. Please take a stand for the working class and those individuals who have been severely impacted by the pandemic, not a department which has seen a $6 million increase to their budget since 2017. The next comment is from Tony Kalangay. Do not increase police budget. These funds need to be reinvested in housing programs, mental health programs, and educational resources. Literally anything but increasing policing. Please don't be one of the cities that goes down in history that further supported the police system during a time of police brutality, a time where everyone is looking for a change. Comment from Addison Wright. Are you aware of the homeless in the streets? Instead of being greedy and taking community relief funds and giving it to the police who are very well equipped, why not help the community that needs it the most? The homelessness. These people need help, and it's your job to seek that they find it. I really want to change in the homeless community. It is getting out of control, and it's extremely depressing to see. I can only do so much as an individual, but the least you can do is starting with giving the people who need help the most their relief fund, for they are in need of relief. I believe you guys can make the right choice. Please stop fueling our police force. From Patty Hill. Economic and medical infrastructure assistance must continue for those who have fallen into a high distress category from COVID-19. Statistics show it is usually women, children, and young people who are most adversely affected. The community must galvanize their resources to continue to help those in need, and it's imperative that funds continue that were allocated for the community programs below in the City of El Cajon 2020-21 fiscal budget with the COVID-19 CDBG funding. I feel adding more homeless outreach events are crucial to teach as many people suffering as possible. And she lists El Cajon Homeless Outreach and Flexible Housing Assistance Program, a Way Back Home Program, Emergency Shelter Program, Rotational Shelter Program, Rental Housing / Utility Assistance, COVID-19, Emergency Motel Stay Program, East County Homeless Task Force, Neighborhood Quality of Life Team, and Homeless Outreach Events. From Spencer Moyer. I believe that the police department does not need any more funding. They have enough and get funding from other resources as well. The money would be better distributed to helping with housing. From Shayna H. For the fiscal year 2021, the CDBG and home funds need to be used to support existing programs helping in community development like the East County Transitional Center and the Home Start Rental and Utilities Assistance. From Stephanie Harper. How much money got spent last year on first-time buyer program and repairs for mobile homes? ? How many people got help from those funds? I don't believe that the funds setting in a pool for whenever helps fulfill the needs the funding is for. We could be using these funds a little better because it seems the problems get worse every year. Our seniors need more help than we are giving them. Meals on Wheels is important so that many who can't fix a meal for themselves. Isn't feeding our seniors a priority before a swimming pool? And if not, it should be. From Alana. My name is Alana from East County BIPOC. First, we need to address how last week Steve and Bill Wells were incredibly condescending to Danielle, co-founder of our group. You owe her an apology for your behavior, questioning her on the budget. When you know exactly where you can get the funds for these programs, ECTLC is only one program that is doing this kind of work, and you are content with that considering the huge need to get people houses. I appreciate the great work they are providing. However, we need more programs that are addressing the immense need for housing. The COVID-19 relief funding can go to the programs that uplift our unhoused neighbors. You're spending $38 million on police already, compared to the $1.5 for homeless outreach. Last week, Mr. Gobler, you told Danielle it takes money to keep programs going, yet you have $34 million coming in from the American Rescue Act, already to be used for people who really need it. Are you not aware of your own city budget, or were you being intentionally misleading? Either way, it's negligent to be complacent while citizens are starving and unhoused while you continue to increase the police budget by millions of dollars. It's a cycle. You stop funding programs that house people with no transitional programs in place. Then you criminalize the homeless by passing ordinances that make it illegal for them to get their basic needs for survival. Then you increase the police budget to enforce those laws. We are well aware of your budget and will be holding you accountable accordingly.
Excuse me, can I interrupt you for 1 second? Mr. Gold would like to speak.
Well, I'll wait till.
Wait till the end?
Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you. Go on.
Two more comments. They're both anonymous. I am in support of funding for housing and rental assistance, as El Cajon Police Department doesn't need more funding. And the last comment, I am in support of CDBG funding for the community policing program for $49,107. End of comments.
Okay. Any more comments from the audience?
No, sir, no more comments.
You'd like to speak?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
please come up. Anybody can.
Thank you. Sorry for not submitting a card. I was inspired to speak after the train of comments regarding police funding in lieu of the CDBC funding, which is not even correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manager, but that's not even a accurate trade-off, right? These are not funds that are either or for housing or for police budgets. But
Okay, go ahead, please.
So they are not either or. I mean, there's a lot of, the federal government places a lot of limitations on how these funds could be used, and I wish a lot of these folks that made these comments could be here personally, because I think it'd be good to have a little civics lesson about CDBG. One of the things that's important, and I'm stealing the speaker's time, but one of the things that's important to recognize is of all the federal funding that we get, only 15% can be used for services. So the rest has to be used actually for capital. So pitting a swimming pool versus a homeless program is not a fair comparison, because we have to use 85% of it on capital type of projects. So the reality is, of the money that we can use for service-related projects, 50% of it is going to homeless programming. Another 16% is going for feeding seniors, and the remainder, 30% or so, is going for affordable housing projects. So I think staff is proud of the balance that we've presented to the City Council, and I think it reflects the needs of our community.
I appreciate you making that comment.
Thank you for that granularity, and I'm sorry for addressing staff directly.
No, that's okay.
Speaking to my personal experience, I am the owner and operator of AO Sword Firearms on Main Street in El Cajon, and we have certain licenses that particularly position us to serve specifically law enforcement, local police departments, including ECPD. And without giving too much away, I will tell you that we have in several instances multiple East County departments, including ECPD. We've been asked for quotes that said, hey, that's right in line. That's exactly what we need to replace aging equipment or bring on the latest technology, and then find out, oh, I'm sorry, we actually can't purchase. This year's budget is extremely tight. We're going to have to delay those purchases until, for basic policing equipment, until the next fiscal year. So that's my professional insight into where police budgets are right now. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Any questions for David? No. Thanks, Mr. Chung. Okay, are we finished?
Sir.
All right, then I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
All right, is there any further discussion, or would someone like to proceed with a motion? Oh, Steve, you never really got a chance to speak. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I too wish many of the people who submitted online comments could be here, because really a dialogue is asking questions and not making assumptions. And so both sides in a conversation ask questions. And I think there are some assumptions here which are just erroneous, which is too bad, because a conversation is where you meet in the middle to ask questions and learn from each other, and you walk away knowledgeable. In this case, there's an assumption that there's no money going to support low income with the crime-free housing allocation. There's an assumption that it's not helping the working class severely impacted, that we should use it on housing programs, that we should use it on homeless in the streets. I think this crime-free multi-housing program, what it does is it improves the quality of life of low-income people. It goes to an apartment complex and trains them how to take an applicant who will become a member of that apartment community, who will be productive and helpful to the other members of that apartment community, so that the police don't have to go out and handle disruptions. So this crime-free really helps raise the quality of life in those 800 or so units, I think, that participate in this program. So it's actually raising the standard of living for people who are in low income, which is what this money is for, to help people of low income. So there's a terrible misunderstanding of the value that police provide just as administrators in training these people how to raise the standards of the quality of life of their complex. I'll stop there.
We have a lot of low-income people that live on the valley floor. They're just getting by. A lot of single moms, and they want to live. Their number one concern is the safety of their kids, and they want to live in a place where they don't have to worry about the drug dealers living in the apartments and bad things happening to their kids. And this program that's carried out teaches the landlords not to rent to people who are going to be problems. And when they do cause problems, they teach them how to solve those problems. And that keeps these single moms and their children safe. So I think there is some misconception, because I believe that the people that contacted us about this, I think they've got the wrong idea. We're doing it to keep kids safe. And I don't see how anybody could be against that if they really know what's going on.
Anybody else? Steve?
Yeah, I just want to follow up. I remember the person from the police department assigned to this program, Samantha Shorn. She was a non-sworn officer, a non-uniformed officer, but she was within the police department because she had knowledge of the kinds of things to keep people safe. That's the domain of the police department, to keep people safe. And in a very non-escalating, a very de-escalating attire that she would wear and an approach that she would take. Absolutely, it was an appropriate administrator, and I think they handle it excellently, and I believe they help keep people from becoming homeless because of the quality of life that they raise in those complexes.
Excellent point. Anybody else? So now it's time to get on the soapbox. I'm going to get on mine. So.
Addressing CDBG funds and the organizations that we give these monies to, and this is kind of a follow-up comment from 2 weeks ago's meeting with regard to the motel voucher program comments. Based off of the data we have from last week with regard to housing people permanently, homeless people, we spent $3,925 per person to get these individuals permanent housing with the hotel voucher program. Through ECTLC, we only spent $1,021 per person to get permanent housing. So when we look at programs and where we're getting the most bang for our buck, which means how many people we can help get off the streets, we have to look at, there's a limited amount of money, just like our city manager said. Where is this money being used most effectively? We have to look at the money. And so when we award this money, we're always evaluating how many people can we help with the limited amount of money that we have. And when we look at the numbers, when it's almost a $3,000 difference between an individual getting permanent housing, that's X amount of people more we can help. So I'm proud of the way we're spending this money, the way we're allocating it, and I think, as our city manager said, it reflects the needs of the city. There's a lot of needs in the city. I mean, I wish we could just snap a finger and wave a magic wand and have it all disappeared, but we have to triage and we have to use this money effectively. I think I think we do a great job doing that.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I feel obligated to say something. The spirit of these questions reflects what I believe is a national campaign to attack policing and to attack police officers. This is insidious, and from a societal perspective, is suicidal. We are already seeing what's happening nationwide as a result of these kind of campaigns. We are seeing in New York City right now, the officers that have asked for retirement is up 70% over last year. In many of the large cities, we've seen several 100% increase in rapes, in assaults, in murders. Police officers are faced with terrible decisions right now. They're faced with having to do their job and protect people in the way they know how. But every time they do so, they risk imprisonment and attack. I know that people are entrenched in their philosophies. And I know that what my words will probably fall upon deaf ears. But I beg every person out there to look in their hearts and look at what's best for America. Attacking our police is not the answer. It will result in more deaths of innocent people. And I personally will fight to protect the integrity of our police department as long as I'm an elected official. Thank you.
To bring that back to the CDBG element of this thing, sometimes we hear the police should not be involved with the homeless, that you should have social workers and clinicians. With what I witnessed yesterday morning, I can't imagine a social worker running into traffic trying to, by him or herself, secure a lady out of traffic for her safety, for the mentally ill homeless person's safety. I can't imagine that happening. I also can't imagine a social worker going into the canyons of some parts of this city where we find homeless people living and where we know 2 of those people were wanted on felony warrants from the state of Tennessee. I can't imagine sending a social worker into those environments. I saw with my own eye, I get emotional about it, I saw with my own eyes the police treat this woman with respect. They just do it right.
Thank you, Steve. All right. So is there any more discussion about the item? I'm entertaining a motion at this point.
Move to finalize allocations of CDBG and home funds as part of the 2021-2022 one-year action plan and adopt next resolution. Is that all we need? Will that suffice? Great.
Second.
All right. Moved to second. Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
Thank you, Angela. Item 9 is an adoption of an annual adjustment to the Sandag Regional Transportation Congestion Improvement Program. I'll ask staff to introduce this item. Hi, how are you?
Good. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Mario Sanchez. I'm the city traffic engineer for the Public Works Department. This item is our annual adjustment to the RTCIP, or Regional Transportation Congestion Improvement Program fee, and it's an annual fee which is collected each year, or it's updated each year to fall in line with the region's Southern California Construction Cost Index, and the Construction Cost Index is based on 4 areas: lumber costs, concrete, structural steel, and labor costs. So this past year, it only grew, the minimum growth was only 0.3%. So this year, the fee will be increased by 2%. And the proposed amount is right there. It's $2,635.50 for a new single-family dwelling unit, or an increase of $51.68 for next year. These fees are used for street improvements, to help fund street improvements in along all our regional arterials. And next year we have about $700,000 that we're going to program for street improvement projects. With that, I can open up for questions.
Thanks, Mario. I appreciate that. Any questions for Mario? Okay, thanks, Mario.
You're welcome.
We're going to open the public hearing. Angela, do we have any speaker cards?
We have no comments, sir.
I'll make a motion to close public hearing. Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
All right, this is kind of perfunctory housekeeping item. Looking for a motion? Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
Thank you. Our last public hearing on today's agenda is item 10, adoption of miscellaneous fees. Staff, please tell us about this.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. This is the annual review of fees and charges from various city departments in preparation of the next fiscal year. Sometimes this comes later in the current fiscal year, and we kind of got to jump on it this year, so you're seeing it at this meeting. If you'll recall, these fees are those that are adjusted typically for development kind of costs and expenses, but also recreation, fire, as well as police department fees and charges, and they're reflected in the agenda report. I want to point out that one of the biggest changes is the change from having the building division handle fire inspections and moving those to the fire department, where they have a fire marshal and other staff that perform these inspections. So a lot of the change you'll see in the red line change of the schedule of fees relates to moving those fees from one department to the other department. Another highlight is the building permit type of calculations. The city, like all cities in the state, is required to use valuation schedules, and these valuation schedules are determined locally, so we have a San Diego chapter so that we're not using the same scales as Yuba County or San Francisco City and County. And so applying that to the fees will result in a somewhat higher building permit fees and inspection fees. I should note that that has not been changed since, I think, 2006, but if I recall. 16, I'm sorry, I forgot a digit. So it's been 4 years since it's been changed. Other highlights are also adding what we would call as a user fee for those that pay with debit and credit cards for fire department and parks and police fees and permits that are being processed by those departments. We have to pay that to the contractor that handles the online service for us, so we're simply just passing that through. There are other pass-throughs that are listed in the fire department portion of the report, and that includes state-mandated inspections on a biennial or every 2-year basis, some on an annual, some on biennial basis. So those are new fees that are going to be charged to some hospitals, but also nursing homes and convalescent hospitals and things of that nature. And that pays strictly for the cost of providing those services and inspections that are mandated by the state. So as you can see by the report, there are a lot of changes, but all of them are based on the reasonable anticipated cost to provide the services as required by law. I'm here to answer any questions you might have, and I think there are representatives from each of the departments who could also answer the more specific questions you might have.
Morgan, thank you for that report. Are there any questions for staff on this? All right, seeing none, I will open the public hearing and ask Angela if we have any speaker cards.
Yes, sir. We have one comment or one card from Mr. David Chong.
Hello, David. Welcome.
Thank you, friends on the City Council and staff. Thank you very much for running the city in which I want to live. I own AO Sword Firearms, again, Main Street in El Cajon. I forgive you for not knowing every individual line item of the 61 pages of fees in your agenda. If you want to follow along, page 130 in total or 9 of Exhibit A, there is one specific fee I want to call your attention to. It's a $500 and something fee for secondhand dealers and kiosks, secondhand stores and kiosks. This is separate from a pawnbroker fee, which is another $500 and something fee. This specifically is applied to people who deal in used goods. As a firearm store, we buy and sell used firearms. And I understand the purpose of the fee, that the police department comes in, checks serial numbers where applicable, checks item descriptions that our friend, the pawn shop next door, and they make sure that nothing's in a stolen database record. However, since this program's inception 5 or 6 years ago, I think, we've been paying the fee, but we are not inspected by the police because when they implemented the program, they realized very early on, oh my goodness, you already are subject to the state fees and the state regulation, which tracks all of our serial numbers online in a real-time format. We don't need an officer to come out and inspect our logbook. We're doing all of that in real time with a state agency, the DOJ, as well as the ATF federally. So we have been paying thousands of dollars over the past several years for this city fee, I think unfairly, because the city is not tasked with performing of any of that oversight or inspection specifically on a gun dealer. Now, I'm not asking for you to repeal the fee in total. I think it is very applicable and necessary for gold dealers and maybe thrift stores or other people who don't deal in items that are so highly regulated as firearms. But for us who are, in fact, logging and recording and reporting in real time online those firearm serial numbers, and they are compared to a national database and all of the crime backgrounds and so forth, I would like for a carve-out specifically for businesses like mine, which are already regulated, to not be subject to that fee. Thank you.
Well, there are two fees, right?
We pay two fees. Yes, one is a state secondhand dealer's license, which presumably covers the activities that they are performing and overseeing our activities, and then a second fee to the city. If we were a pawnbroker, we would also pay a third fee as a pawnbroker for that secondhand dealer fee. It's a few lines higher on that same page. But those are two separate city fees, City of El Cajon fees, pawnbroker and secondhand sales and kiosks.
But you're not paying two city fees?
I am paying one city fee.
All right. Graham, could you? I thought we had talked about this months before. The issue was there's two fees.
I thought there were two fees too. I thought there would be a second-hand. So maybe we've been undercharging Mr. Chong. But anyway,
so we are not a pawnbroker, so we do not accept pawns, nor do we do pawn redemptions.
Well, there's a firearms dealer fee.
And we do pay that as well. But
and then there's the second-hand fee. So those are the two fees that I believe that are being charged to AO Sorts.
How much is the firearms dealer fee?
That's 600 and... the second-hand dealer is 640, and then the firearm dealer is 640, and the second-hand broker fee is 505.
And I don't contest the firearms dealer fee. I think that we are a specialized business. Frankly, with a large store of firearms and munitions within the city, I think that presents a special case for law enforcement. And
yeah, the reason I bring that up is I just want to be clear as to all the fees you're paying for your right to exist and do business.
Yeah, and we do pay a standard business license fee as well.
What is exactly the name of the redundant? It appears to be a redundant fee you're paying. The state checks all the serial numbers.
Right. So that is the Department of Justice secondhand dealer's license, and then there's also a secondhand stores and kiosks fee from the city. So the state is a permit, secondhand dealer's permit, and the secondhand stores and kiosks is from the city.
Is there anything that the city does on that secondhand stores and kiosks fee that the state doesn't do?
Absolutely not. No, they twice. Once when it was in its inception, and then second when there was maybe a change of guard over the supervisor who was overseeing that program for the city. We twice got visited. What do you guys do? Whoa, this is more than we even asked for, and you're doing it in real time as opposed to in arrears periodically. So other than those two times, both of which were exploratory and waived off, we've never been inspected, visited, or regulated, because we collect more information and report it in a more timely manner than the city can keep up with.
All right, thank you.
I'm missing, from city staff, I'm missing why this particular type of business, a gun store, would be considered a secondhand store. What am I missing? Because it seems like they're already being charged a fee for the type of business they're in, firearms dealer, and why am I missing that they're also being charged as a secondhand store when they're not really a secondhand store?
Because they're selling more than just off the factory line guns or firearms. They're purchasing and then they're reselling those firearms. So that would make them the secondhand store.
I guess I could see the argument that's all part of being a firearms dealer. I could see that point of view. Is there any other argument or reason?
Well, one thing I want to check on, and I don't have the answer to this, but I think the $505 fee is just the first application. So when somebody comes in for secondhand dealer or that sort of business, we charge them that fee to investigate and then make a recommendation for a special operations license. That license gets renewed, but I don't know whether we charge that every year. I think it's just the initial application, and I don't know if Mr. Shane's here he's not here today.
I think come back up.
I think it'd be good to visit with Mr. Chong because the item is labeled Special Operations License Application and Investigation Fee. So I would assume this is the first time the application. Investigation, I would assume, on demand as needed, not automatically billed.
Well, the special operations license goes through a very intensive process. And for years, if I recall, the actual application was very, very minimal. I think maybe $10 or something like that for everybody seeking a special operations license. The council was informed that there's a lot of work that goes into this, from finance to police to my office. City manager's office reviews that, and all that process adds up a lot of time, and so the analysis showed that it should be reimbursed, and so it jumped up from $10 for the application to this level that you're seeing. And I still think, and my understanding is that this fee is not an annual fee. This is $505 is for somebody who comes into the community and wants to open that business and requires a special operations license.
That's what it seems to be labeled as, license application and investigation. Let me do some background investigation before we issue this license to you, but once you get it, then you shouldn't have to pay $505 annually, and perhaps Mr. Chong's been erroneously charged.
Well, we thank him for his service to the community, but yes, he can file a claim, I suppose, but yeah, I think you're correct, Mr. Goebel, that this was, in my recollection of the list and my knowledge of the list, that this was to be a one-time application fee. There will be other fees that they get charged for an annual services and an annual business license. That doesn't go away. But for just to apply for a special operations license, I'm under the impression, I believe it's just a one-time fee.
It could be Mr. Chong has not been undercharged, as earlier talked about, but you've been overcharged. So it would probably make sense to get with city staff to clear that up.
Any other, Michelle?
So, Mr. Chong, sorry. Did I understand you correctly that you were saying that you're getting charged a fee every year for investigations or to look at your list of serial numbers and the like every year?
Yes,
So you get charged every year for a service that you don't receive?
That is my understanding, yes.
Yeah, Mayor, we've asked,
do that?
the finance director may be coming down, I don't know, but we've been in communication because he's watching this on the Zoom or the web streaming, but and he may be a participant by Zoom, but I don't know how we're going to do that. But I think he's just confirmed with Mr. Mitchell that no, this is not an annual fee. This is a one-time application fee. He's not getting charged $505 a year as a special operations license.
So my recommendation would be to meet with staff, and if there's a refund that's due to you, then it's like Monopoly. You land on that free parking and get your money back.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Council-
My point is, I would like to make sure that the city of El Cajon is not charging extra fees to firearms dealers that are not charged by other cities. In fact, in other cities in East County, that special operations permit is not a $600 fee. It's just a standard business license. So we are already being charged, as I understand it, more than our competitors in neighboring cities.
And he's correct, because we do have a special operations license. So any business that's listed in our ordinance, the ordinance that requires a special operations license, that includes adult entertainment, I believe. It includes card rooms. It includes pawn dealers. It includes, I think, even tow operators. Those are sort of sensitive types of businesses for decades have been required to get a special operations license. So Mr. Chong is being treated no differently than any other type of business that requires a special operations license. And when we make that change, it doesn't look at him as a dealer of guns. What it looks at him as an entity listed in that chapter, and we have to make the determination about how many special operation license applications come in each year and how long it takes us to do the average license. Not a gun dealer, not a pawn shop, not a massage parlor or something like that. We look at all of them bundled together and make that the equivalent payment for the application for each of those types of businesses.
So, question for the city manager: Are we talking about just in the full cost recovery and no profit on this, right?
That's correct. And we'd recommend that we maintain not the annual, but the one-time fee of $505, because I think there is some need to investigate a new business coming in. But we'll verify whether this fee's been paid over the years, and we'll make rectification of that.
Right. Thank you.
I think Mr. Chong is just saying he's being treated differently if he's being charged twice.
Correct.
And he's saying, I'll pay the special operations fee. That's part of doing my type of business. I think he's saying people in other cities aren't paying the second $505 fee, which he may have been erroneously continued to be charged after the initial application. Do I have that right? Sounds good.
Okay, well, thank you for coming in and making us aware of it. All right. Any more public comments?
No more comments, sir.
Make a motion then to close the public hearing.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
All right. Any more discussion, or would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll move to approve the fee schedule as presented.
Second.
Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
Thank you. All right, we have 8 administrative reports on today's agenda. Item 11 is from the Council Priority Implementation Plan regarding entryways. And I'll ask staff to tell us about this, please. Well, hello, how are you?
Very good, Mr. Mayor. Pardon me for just a minute while I set up.
Yeah, no, take your time.
Well, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Jeff Manchester, City Engineer with the Public Works Department. We come before you tonight as an administrative report as a follow-up from the draft implementation plan that was approved during the second meeting of March. Our subcommittee is here to seek feedback on items related to entryway beautification. So as you recall, our team's mission statement is to develop a landscape beautification plan around the city's main entry points. Here you'll see some current projects that are currently underway, like the West Main Street improvements, as well as some other themes that we'll be introducing to you tonight during this presentation, mainly related to landscaping and signage. So as Mr. Mitchell alluded to earlier, our team had a lot of enthusiasm coming into this, and we had a lot of ideas flowing, which we're able to consolidate into 8 big ideas. So the first one that we came up with is signage improvements. which include anything from large-scale improvements like the downtown gateway sign down to parkway signage and pavement markings or logos. And these are in no particular order, by the way. The second big idea we had was traffic median beautification. This would likely replace existing surfaces with low maintenance and drought-tolerant planting. Third, we had street lighting, followed by street trees and planting. And then we came up with roadside debris removal, and this would entail bolstering our existing program and overall cleanup efforts. We also included sidewalk improvements and enhancements, followed by paving and striping, and lastly, underground conversion of overhead utility lines. So to assist with selecting locations and making recommendations, our subcommittee developed the following tiered system methodology, which is essentially a 3-tiered system. So Tier 1 locations have the highest impact, yet the highest cost. An example of this would be the downtown gateway sign. Tier 2 locations are relatively in the middle in terms of impact and cost. And Tier 3 locations have the least impact and lowest cost, and they would be most likely the most budget-friendly improvements. And as you see to the right, we've shown how cost and impact they move together as we step up and down the tiered system. Next, we looked at examples and themes for signage. Our group really liked an example we found from Huntsville, Alabama. We liked it because they had standards that basically represented a scale of signage. As you can see, you have the Tier 1 or monumental gateway sign all the way down to pedestrian scale improvements. And then we wanted to share on the bottom left how a city in New Jersey actually has their city logo on the paving. And we thought that was pretty neat. Of course, you'd see our signature logo in the upper left-hand side. Next, we considered landscaping examples and themes. To the left, you see Magnolia Avenue. I'm sure you're very familiar with this picture. So this is looking south, just south of Interstate 8 and State Route 67. And you can see a lot of the remnants from paved medians that are reaching the end of their useful life. To the far right is something I'm very proud of. This is from our operations crew. We recently finished last week. This was a beautification project on Magnolia, just north of Maine, and this is looking north, where we installed low maintenance and drought-tolerant planting. And again, city crews constructed these improvements. In the middle is, lastly, is just some sample streetscape parkway improvements. Next, we identified potential funding sources that we could potentially use for this project. This would include Transnet for medians, landscaping, and signage. As always, we'll continue to look for grants that would be applicable for this endeavor. And then kind of tying into one of the big ideas is undergrounding and continuing to use our Rule 28 funds for projects based on the council priority list. In our last slide, we just wanted to throw some out-of-the-box ideas your way. In the top left is related to an asphalt artwork grant. This is an opportunity to engage the community and local artists, and I think it pays up to $25,000 to a local agency. On the top right, we included painted cabinets. This could include, this would again engage local artists and our traffic cabinets. And then as you saw earlier, entry pavement markings potentially with our logo. We included the artwork, the decorative clock in Prescott Promenade. I think this is a really good example of local art or the presence of. And then lastly, our arched gateway sign is kind of one of our legacy projects. I just want to say special thanks to our subcommittee for helping out with everything. And with that, we look forward to hearing your feedback.
Oh, thanks very much. Questions? Gary?
Well, I guess what we have here is, at least on some of them, it's all capital improvements, and the roadside debris, that's just ongoing maintenance, right?
Correct.
So that's my only comment right now.
Anybody else? A question about the sign, the arched sign. What were you planning on doing with that?
We included it in case there's other opportunities where we'd like to mimic something like that
Oh, okay.
in other parts of the city.
Okay, that's good. I'm interested in that asphalt art program, but I'd want to make sure that we would have the option of keeping politics out of it.
It's a very good comment.
Is that possible to do that without and still get the grant?
We'd have to follow up with you on that. We skimmed the requirements of the grant so far, and again, it's a $25,000 grant. I believe there is a community component to that, so we'd have to follow up with you on that with all the
All right,
requirements.
let me know. That'd be great.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
But it's a nice presentation. I like what you've done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And please thank the staff for all their hard work.
Okay. I've got one question. Was artwork, any kind of iconic artwork or a big idea in that area thought about, talked about?
No, we're not that far yet, so we're just offering it as one of the big ideas or suggestions. When we were kind of canvassing different cities around the county, we noticed that the city of Vista has a lot of public artwork in their public right-of-way, and especially in their downtown, which is quite attractive. But again, art is subjective, so we would be looking for your guidance on how to proceed with that.
Yeah, I'd like to see some examples of that public artwork, maybe in the next report.
Most definitely.
We'll be bringing back specific proposals over time as part of your CIP. So this is sort of an intro to kind of the work we're started. We wanted you to understand the framework by which we were looking at how to do this beautification process. So we'll be starting to bring projects back one by one, and there are some great examples of some public art, especially in the underpasses of interstates, so that there's some opportunities to beautify those dark and damp areas.
I have a question. Mr. Mitchell, the milkweed plants that we spoke about, is that part of this too?
Certainly. We actually, Ms. Mitchell is a big proponent of milkweed, partly because we have the monarch butterfly is endangered, and there's no federal funding to support that endangered species. I think it's like species number 198 in a list of 1,000 species. So one of the things that we as just residents can do is plant milkweed. That needs to be the right milkweed, by the way. But that actually helps promote monarch butterfly. She saw that we were doing some landscaping, so we actually have a pilot program where we have some milkweed planted right out in front of the magnolia. So we'll see how that works, and if we have flourishing monarch butterflies, we can thank Councilmember Mitchell for that.
Yay. A great idea. Good job. Okay, any more questions for our speaker? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate
We're
it.
done. Let's open up the public hearing. Actually, I don't have to open up the public hearing. I just have to ask if we receive any comments.
No comments, sir.
All right. So, staff, do we need a motion for this?
Council, we're just looking for any direction. If we were like way off base on something, that'd probably be good to know that before we start presenting projects to you. But if this is something that looks good, then we'll continue to proceed and bring, again, project-specific things to the council for funding approval.
I personally like what I saw, especially the gateway signs, the monument signs. I thought those were really nice, especially the one with the stone. And so I think you're on the right track. Anybody else?
For me, number one is debris pickup. You know, those are the complaints I get the most of all issues. You know, that just I think we need to expand our contracts for people to pick up the debris along the sidewalks and the road.
I like number one, the gateway signage as well. I think it's a way to brand the city. We've talked about it, to provide consistency of look. And that kind of unifies a community when you see it here, 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 here. I also like the traffic median beautification. that would make those who are environmentally conscious happy to remove asphalt and to put in carbon dioxide absorbing plants. That we would probably find friends in that area, maybe even grants.
I think staff did a great job. There's nothing on here that I would change. My highlight, I think I go with the, like everyone said, the roadside debris. That's a lot of the complaints I received from the community. The traffic median beautification. I drove by when staff was completing the one on Magnolia in Maine, and it looked great. I think it just, those little things incrementally transform the feel of the area and the city. The street trees and planting is another great idea too. So I think you guys did a great job.
Thanks, Phil. Michelle?
So is it possible to get grants, get programs together to kind of get the community in, like areas that may be a little more, I don't want to use the word downtrodden, but that's the word that comes to mind, and maybe work with residents and homeowners to plant trees in the parking strips. You know, maybe kind of go as the resident or the homeowner would have like a minimal fee to pay, like maybe $25 or $10 to go towards the purchase of a tree that can be planted there. Just something that kind of engages the community when it comes to like the roadside debris. I agree with my colleagues here that we need to increase that, and maybe it's time for the three of us that are on the community cleanup group to maybe restart that and maybe try and engage more community members to come out and take pride in the city and help clean it up a little bit more, which reduces the cost for city to do it. But it just seems like we could engage the community a little bit more and push the more environmental, small mitigation efforts to combat the environmental problems that we've got.
One of the thoughts that we had is, granted, most of our gateways are in commercial corridors, right? But there are a few that are in residential areas. So one of the thoughts we had is, if the city had funding set aside for a capital improvement project in the public right-of-way in a residential area, maybe we just sort of adopt that neighborhood and encourage everybody to do some beautification in that area. And that's where you can really engage the public in the community. So the city's investing, and then the community's investing, and then we're magnifying each other's efforts.
Good idea.
Okay. So, I don't think we have to close the public hearing. Yeah. Open for a motion. All right. Move to second. Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
Thank you. Before moving on, I'd like to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back to finish the meeting. Just that short break, we are back, and that brings us to, let's see, yeah. The second administrative report, which is item 12, and it is to analyze the downtown master plan for possible amendments. And I'll ask staff to tell us about this.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council.
Hey, Tony, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Excellent.
Awesome.
Thanks for asking.
Well, as the City Council directed at their March 1st goal-setting priority meeting, and was made part of the implementation plan, the City Council asked that staff look at the Downtown Master Plan, also known as Specific Plan 182, and wanted to see if there were any development policy zoning regulations that prohibited development. The Downtown Master Plan covers quite a large area, as you can see here. It starts at 8, makes its way down Magnolia and kind of goes off at East Main Street, West Main Street, and encompasses quite a large area. The downtown master plan, though, has been quite beneficial and has produced a lot of good projects. And the downtown master plan does have its design standards, design recommendations. It also has opportunities, we think, for good development. And some of that good development has been of late. That's the Marriott Courtyard Hotel, also some residential, Park Row, Cornerstone, and the like, other projects as well. And in looking at the downtown, as you come off the freeway, you come off the Magnolia exit, you head straight down Magnolia. And if you look at this image here, you can see that the downtown has a good entry way, Magnolia Avenue. It has good bones, for lack of a better term. And you can see where I've highlighted here in red, you've got a lot of these buildings that start at Madison and head down to the core. Buildings are up on the street, and it gives a good street presence. And so when you're crossing Madison Avenue, you can see that, okay, I feel like I'm entering the downtown. This is where the city has put in a lot of capital improvements in terms of wider sidewalks meant for pedestrians, street trees, the double acorn lights. So you get this feeling now that you're entering into the downtown of El Cajon. The downtown master plan also requires certain facade upgrades of buildings in a manner that has this certain feel to the downtown that's part of the plan. And here, this is one of the most recent ones, this medical clinic. But again, this building and the building next to it, as well as other buildings on Magnolia, have the street presence. It's right up on the streets, right up on the sidewalk, has a pedestrian feel to it. This image here shows the properties that are adjacent to North Magnolia, north of Madison. And you don't have that same feel, right? The sidewalks aren't there, the lights aren't there, the street trees aren't there. And in fact, these properties here haven't seen any redevelopment since the plan was adopted. So when looking at these properties, you can see that they have a freeway frontage or a freeway feel to them. And you have a motel and a gas station. The vacant lot there used to be a gas station, so they were freeway-oriented uses, and there hasn't been any redevelopment north of Madison. And this might be an opportunity that the council might wish the staff to investigate in terms of what added value can be given to these properties so that they can maybe redevelop with freeway-oriented uses that might give them then the potential to see some reinvestment. So the council has a couple of options before them. They can initiate an amendment of the downtown master plan. There is a reso of intent as part of your agenda report here that the council can initiate. Doing so does have its challenges. It's a little lengthy process. It does require Native American participation in terms of their opportunity to review the changes to the master plan because it's a specific plan. Or the council can ask staff to amend the zoning code as part of our annual update, and we will have some updates coming later in the year to allow for select freeway-oriented uses on these properties that would not be otherwise prohibited by the downtown master plan. This, quite frankly, is the simplest approach to take if the council is interested in doing so, and probably the easiest, the quickest. Or the council can provide some alternative direction to staff, and then we can take that and research it and bring that back. Or the council can do nothing and leave things the way they are. And staff is available to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Tony. Questions?
What's the status of that brownfield there at the corner of, what is it, Madison and Magnolia?
But you're looking at the northwest corner of Madison and Magnolia there?
Yes.
That property has been vacant for quite a number of years. It used to have it was a cleanup site, so it got its clearance from DEH, Department of Environmental Health, a number of years ago. The owner, the previous owner, and the current owner have not had an opportunity yet to redevelop it.
So they can't put housing there, right?
No, they cannot.
I can tell you that the people who own that property right now are very interested in developing the land, and they've got a track record of having some great development. So I'm excited to see what they come up with.
Okay. Is there anything we can do to sweeten the pot for that? Because it is an entrance to the city.
That would be up to Graham, I think. He's got the pot to...
Well, I don't have that kind of pot, but Mr. DiMaggio and I were talking about that today, and as you recall, one of the things that we'd like to allocate, and it's not on the agenda, but it's moving in that direction, so it'll be really brief, Mr. Foley. But one of the things that we talked about is using the ARP money to help facilitate economic development. This could potentially be one of those possible sites.
So, anyway, I think you'll see more of that to come. It's
Okay. We don't need any more gas stations or liquor stores over there.
no. I don't think anybody wants to build any more gas stations because gas stations are going away. And liquor stores, well, you know the problem with that. There's no licenses. No, I mean, frankly, we've talked about, because of that property being the first thing that people see as they're coming into the downtown, we're asking people to come with big ideas, not little ideas, right. not a fast food restaurant, but we have to approach each thing that's presented to us. But I think everybody's in agreement that they'd like to see something innovative and big there. See.
I think it makes sense, bullet point number 2. That seems to be common sense to me. In other words, a developer has the advantage of SP 182 if they want to go that way, or maybe if you do some kind of overlay on that property that they could go this way, perhaps freeway-oriented use or something, and they would have a choice then of using this zoning element or this zoning element. I think that was bullet point number 2, correct?
Councilmember, that is correct. I think as you look at this image here, you can see that it's clear that those properties north of Madison really are freeway-oriented. They're more freeway-oriented than they are downtown-oriented. And as you cross Madison, heading south on Magnolia, you are now entering the downtown.
And if we had some kind of overlay, you may even see landlords of existing buildings deciding, oh, well, if I can do this with this property that I can't do under SB 182, I might change the use of this property,
Absolutely.
Adding more value.
Okay. Michelle?
Do we know if the restaurant is going to come back, or have they closed completely?
Well, one, they have been closed for some time. I assume you're referring to China Buffet?
Right.
Yes. They have been closed for some time, and we do not have word if they're coming back.
Okay, so we have that. We have the vacant lot, which for anybody who's running for office, that's the best place to hang a sign. And now that's going to go away. Oh.
Everybody loves that so much, right? So
I know.
Driving by and seeing
the
some
dentist
signs.
office, from what I can remember, that is still operating.
Yes, it is.
And then the motel, I've heard rumblings on social media that there's a lot of, and maybe the police can clarify on that, there's a lot of problems with that particular motel. Are they planning on remaining open, or, whatever we put in there, we have to realize that if that motel is causing problems, and I don't know for sure if it is, and somebody might be able to answer that for me, but if we put something in where the vacant restaurant is and the vacant lot and everything, we need to bring that motel up to a little bit higher standard. I've gone in there before, and when we've gone to the restaurant when it was open, and then just doing sign patrol this past summer, there was a lot of kind of questionable activity going on in that little cul-de-sac there. But I think I agree with my colleague here, Mr. Goebel, that I think option number 2 of rezoning or, opening it up to different activity would be a really, zoning code amendment. I think that would open us up for some new and exciting, maybe we could do imagine a Carl Strauss there on that big property, or something big, that draws into the county. Right off the freeway, you can go in there. It'd be great if we had something nice and big in there that companies would like to have their parties at, and it's right off the freeway, and it's right there. And it would be a nice transition between the industrial or the freeway portion of work into our downtown. Just kind of shuffle it in.
Okay.
I like option number 2. I trust that the staff would come up with some innovative zoning ideas.
All right, well, I think it's a consensus there. Let's ask, thanks, Tony, appreciate it. Let's ask Angela if we received any comments on this item.
We have no comments, sir.
All right. So do you need a motion or just direction on this?
Staff understands council's direction.
Right. And do we need a motion on this?
No, you do not.
Great, then. The next administrative report, item 13, is again from the council priority plan regarding flashing signs and string lights. Staff to tell us about this issue. Are you up again, or are you just refusing to leave?
I'm up again. So
okay, good.
As soon as
we have police officers in the back, so I just.
We're just waiting to get it queued up here. Okay, Mayor and Council, again on March 1st, the Council asked that staff take a look at our sign ordinance, and specifically regarding flashing signs and string lights. This was incorporated into the implementation plan that the Council accepted and asked staff to implement. And so with that, staff went ahead and took a look at this, the sign ordinance, as well as downtown master plan. So I just want to let the Council know, back in 2012, the then City Council amended the downtown master plan to allow flashing lights, and think of like the flashing open sign, and string lights, so those light ropes that you see in windows of businesses downtown. This was limited to first floors within the downtown master plan area. So I just brought some examples that to show you that, when we talk about string lights or light ropes, the image on your left is typically, I think, what a lot of folks see. These colored lights or white lights framing windows. No, this is not El Cajon. I do have some images in just a minute. The other, to share with you, the other image, of course, is the typical flashing open sign that you might see. Currently in the city, this is allowed in the downtown area, but is not allowed throughout the city. You can't have, businesses can't have, in other areas of downtown, other than downtown, businesses cannot have the flashing open sign. And there is no definition in the sign ordinance regarding string lights or light ropes. The definition of a flashing sign does not include that. It includes the signage with lights. So these three images here are of businesses here in the city of El Cajon. The upper image on your left is the over on Broadway. It's in the 900 block. It's an audio shack, not Radio Shack, but it's called Audio Shack. And in the same shopping center is this 99-cent store called Simon's with the red lights that frame the windows. The image on the larger image on your right is the Agostini building over here in downtown on the south side of East Main Street. And although you see this colorful glow, it does have the string lights or the light ropes in the window. Again, that's allowed in the downtown. When thinking about lights or string lights, there are some businesses in town that have utilized the string lights openly, like here at Pernicanos on your right, where they've lit the outdoor area. The image on your left is the Taste of Damascus over there at the corner of Main and Valentine. When this image was taken, they did not have any lights within the windows on, but they do have the string lights like Pernicanos across their parking lot, as well as on the framing their parapet on top of their building. So the council, in terms of what can be considered for addressing this, the council can direct staff to initiate or to amend the sign ordinance. That's something that would have to go to the Planning Commission and then on to the City Council. City Council can ask that there be a definition of string lights. It could be, string lights could be added to the list of prohibited signs. And they could be then allowed during specific time periods throughout the year. Or the council can provide an alternative direction regarding this type of lights. Or the council can do nothing, and we can continue allowing such signs or such accoutrements on buildings and address the blinking signs under code enforcement action throughout the remainder of the city, other than the downtown. And, of course, staff is available to answer any questions.
What is the reason for not allowing string lights outside of downtown?
Well, currently there is nothing in the sign ordinance addressing string lights.
Okay, so it's the flashing sign, the flashing open sign that's the issue?
Well, that is an issue that staff was asked to look at. Flashing or blinking signs like an open sign, one, is allowed downtown, but it's not allowed in the rest of the city, and that is prohibited according to the city sign ordinance.
Why?
It was, the reason I believe that it was added to the sign ordinance, it was probably made part of the ordinance for many, many years, because signs are meant to attract attention, and a blinking sign attracts attention in addition to the sign of identifying a business.
Right.
And cities want to ensure public health and safety, and by doing so, such restrictions must occur so that really drivers keep their eyes on the road.
Okay. So, having said that, that I don't have a problem with. As far as the string lights go, my opinion is, and I've heard this before here, is that we don't want it to look like downtown Vegas. Is it possible that if we allow string lights, and I was just at Taste of Damascus a couple of weeks ago. Pernicanos is down the street from my neighborhood. I like the softer lights. I don't mind string lights, whether they're the individual bulbs or the actual ropes. Keeping it white, I think, creates more uniformity versus having this place all lit up in red and green and blue, or like that one that it's all red. I don't know, it just seems like it would be classier to have everything all one color. I know that's probably asking a lot, but then it doesn't look like a circus or the Midway. That's all, sorry.
Phil, do you have anything?
Yeah, I'm a little undecided with regard to this. I mean, and it seems like it comes down to preference with regard to what looks nice and what the business owner chooses to put up to attract people to their business. And these examples that you gave, Tony, are fantastic. My personal preference is that the red is abrasive. is my personal preference. But that might not be another customer's personal preference. Tony, could you go to the slide with Damascus and that to me, my preference is that's aesthetically pleasing. But to other people, that might not catch their eye. So I don't know. I guess I'm trying to find a balance here between controlling everything that the business owner wants to use, what they think would bring in business, and like my colleague here said, uniformity. I guess that's where I stand right now, a little undecided.
The staff report says, generally speaking, the El Cajon sign ordinance is meant to serve the interests of community aesthetics, vehicular and pedestrian safety, and to protect and preserve property values. So there's this discussion or this principle called light pollution in planning, and if you take a look at Vegas from space, it's lit up. Within light pollution, there are several elements. And one of them is called light clutter. And that's when there's so many things competing for the eye that it takes you off of things that you should be watching. So I think one of your first slides you said was not of downtown El Cajon, but actually I have seen that kind of arrangement in downtown El Cajon. Those may not be the storefronts, but I've seen those colors on windows. And especially with the LED, it's the brightness of it, and it's meant to draw your eye to those locations. Now, downtown El Cajon also has a sidewalk mid-block, and we're talking about putting another one in on South Anza in the next staff report or agenda item, that if you walk in between two bollards which have a light sensor, then it'll light up the flashing lights in the sidewalk. My concern is for safety. If all of a sudden you have these lights competing, saying, look at me, because they're bright, they're flashing, they're different colors, and you miss the speed limit sign, you miss the flashing, somebody's in a sidewalk or a crosswalk, and that's a safety concern I have for light clutter. For certain, it's the brightness of these LEDs, and I would distinguish them as strip lights versus string lights. As Mr. Ortiz and Mrs. Metro said, the string lights on patios are very aesthetically pleasing. It's these strip lights or rope lights, which are in windows, at the brightness is meant to take away from your eye on the road, and that is a safety concern to me as well as an aesthetic concern.
Well, I don't like the flashing lights, and I don't like the chasing lights. Those two I find very annoying and distracting. I think that the more subtle white lights are good. You go down Main Street USA in Disneyland, and all the buildings are lit up, and it's beautiful, and people pay big money to go there. So I think consistency in having the white lights, I think that especially the red lights, like Councilmember Ortiz said, they don't look too good. And I don't want the place to look like downtown Las Vegas where everything is competing for your attention. So I don't know how we can describe the brightness of lights. That may be an issue, but I went to Hollywood Studios at Disney World, and all the buildings were outlined in lights, and it was absolutely beautiful. But it was done very tastefully, and I don't know how you put an ordinance that says tastefully.
Yeah.
But I think that the business owners years ago told me that they liked the lights in the window because it kept people from sleeping right below their windows, and so that's another issue that we may have here, a safety issue. And it's kind of nice walking along the sidewalk and there's a little bit of extra light so you can see what's going on. So I wouldn't want to ban the lights, but I think anything that's flashing or moving, I wouldn't like those to be there. Because light is the enemy of the criminal, so I think that would be helpful to have lights in a lot of the areas.
I think we should have a carve-out, though, for the winter time period of Thanksgiving to New Year's Day, as staff report said. I think that's currently a temporary freedom period, because certainly during that winter period, color is festive. So I would make a carve-out for that time period.
As far as measuring the intensity of light, we do have a way to do that. We can calculate the lumens, right?
Yeah, there is a method in terms of its manner on how to limit light brightness by its illumination number.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's certainly an opportunity there.
Right.
So in terms of what the council is saying, it sounds like that they are asking that staff research the issue and bring something to the Planning Commission to make a recommendation to City Council.
Before we go there, I'd like to bring a couple other things up.
Absolutely.
Have we had people complaining about these lights?
We have not. Our code enforcement staff, and I confirmed again today, have not received any complaints.
Do we know of any traffic accidents where people said, "Oh, the reason I crashed into something was because I was distracted by lights"?
I'm not aware of any. I don't know. That's
Brad?
something that we'd have to check with our city traffic engineer.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. We'll have to check with police department.
So I'm going to take a little bit of a libertarian, contrarian view of this. I think we're coming off an unprecedented time where businesses have suffered significantly. And putting a new burden on them to buy new lights, change their lights, that's a problem. But I think psychologically it's also a problem to say, we're going to limit your ability to attract customers coming off of the worst year of business in your history and coming off of a time of, perhaps, in many people's opinions, the most onerous government overreach in history. So now we're going to nitpick them on the lights. Nobody's complaining about it. I'm not sure this is the right time to be doing something like this. Having said that,
is it possible that maybe, okay, I get what you're saying about coming off in the COVID restrictions and a lot of businesses, but perhaps if we decided we wanted to go that route, that the four of us had talked about, maybe give them a year and say you have 365 days or whatever, and then we'll start maybe looking into it. And I get the whole freedom thing, but also I think we need to, I think it helps to have some uniformity, helps also to bring El Cajon up to the next level. Instead of being all of this lights and garishness that's around, we already have a reputation, so why not bring it up a little bit more where we have it's aesthetically pleasing, but maybe delay implementing that for a year to give businesses time to recoup some of their losses and to get started back up again. Just an idea.
Well,
I'm sympathetic to less government regulations is better. But we also have existing design standards already on the books for the downtown. You can't paint your building purple in downtown El Cajon. You must, and HOAs have design standards for their communities to look good. So we're not setting a precedent here. I'm not sure that the effectiveness of these colors in drawing in customers really does its thing. And with Mrs. Mitchell saying we're trying to improve the aesthetics of the community.
I don't want to die on this hill, and I understand what you're saying, and I wouldn't vociferously oppose it. My gut tells me it's going to be poorly received. It's going to really upset some folks. So, yeah.
I'm going to give an example here. It's maybe a little bit of a stretch, but the public likes this uniformity. An example of that, I live in an area in Fletcher Hills that has a homeowners association, and there's another community on the other side of Fletcher Hills built by exactly the same builder, and their homeowners association went defunct about 20 years ago. And the houses in my neighborhood, everybody's got a nice lawn, everything's painted uniformly, and then in the other neighborhood, there's cars on the front lawn and weeds, and houses are sometimes unusual colors. And the houses in my neighborhood sold for quite a bit more, and that's a lot of times why people go to homeowners association, because I didn't want my neighbor to paint my his house pink, and I think the same concept applies for cities. That's why we have the planning. So you go into the area, and there's a certain amount of consistency. They're homogeneous, as they say in the real estate field, and that adds value, and people feel comfortable there. And I used to, when I was teaching real estate classes at Southwestern, I used the example of the worst case was down by the Spring Valley Swap Meet, where you have a tire store with a flashing red lights, and then a single-family home, and then some business, and an apartment building, and a junkyard, and they didn't have that homogeneity that we have in some areas. That's why we have zoning, and I think that design actually adds a lot of value. I know there's a building in downtown that I drove by the other day, and they painted it blue, and it was kind of jarring because it didn't match anything else. And that's why when you go to Walt Disney World or Disneyland, you go around the corner to the change is very subtle, but a lot of times the architectural schools send people to Disneyland to study it because it is considered like the best architecture in the world. So I think that's why we have planning, and it makes a lot more pleasant experience than whether you're driving down the street and all of a sudden you see this red flashing sign. And I know even with years ago when they put up the electronic sign on Interstate 8 at San Diego State, that sign was so bright. I mean, it shocked me when I'm driving down the freeway. Oh my gosh! So.
Remember the Go-Go Girl used to have that?
Yeah, that was a different one. I remember that.
That was a long time ago.
But we're trying to change the image of El Cajon, and I think if we do things very tastefully and not have it look like downtown Las Vegas, we're not downtown Las Vegas. I don't want to be, and I think businesses will step up to the plate because people will feel safer when you have lighting. So I don't want to outlaw, these lights at all, but flashing and moving lights, I think we need to take a look at that.
I have a compromise. I don't know where you get the funding for this. There probably wouldn't be very much because we're not talking about very many lights. Those people that we're telling they have to take down their lights and replace them with white lights, is there a way we could find some funds to give them a facade grant for a couple $100 to pay for that? So we're not just arbitrarily, capriciously forcing them to do something. Is that?
I like your proposal, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify. Are we talking about different colored lights other than white? Are we? Is the opposition to this green and red, or is it the brightness? I'm unclear of maybe where our opposition is with regard to the lights. Is it, would everybody be okay with just only allowing white lights, or or they're okay with everybody? All lights are allowed, but they're a different lower lumen amount. I'm kind of not understanding where a lot of my colleagues' perspectives are.
It's kind of all on the table at this
It's
point.
all on the table.
Yeah, with Bill's permission here.
Oh, please, we're having a discussion. That's
I think both of those things, I think there needs to be some guidance with the lumens. So you don't have a really bright store, because there's going to be an incentive to someone to have the brightest lights in town.
Escalation.
Okay. And then I'm not sure on the colors, because I'm rather artistically challenged. That's not my forte. And I'd like to leave that to staff who's been trained in that. I'd like to see some of your artwork. So,
Tony,
Yes, sir.
could you kind of research and come back with the feasibility of asking people to keep their light output at a certain intensity level?
Absolutely. We can research that, and we can bring back that information if you want that before providing any direction, or you can make it part of your recommendation, and then we can carry that forward.
I think we're getting close to a recommendation. So.
I'd like to see what the policies are in some of these upscale communities. You know, I don't want to use Spring Valley as an example. So, you know, let's look at some upscale, you know, La Jolla, Beverly Hills, Culver City, you know. But, you know, let's strive for the best.
So as part of our as part of a recommendation, there could be a comparison with other jurisdictions. Absolutely.
I'd rather the only color be white. I'd rather it not be bright. I would also remind ourselves we have a very permissive sign code that many times during the year, perhaps 200 days out of 365, you can hang banners, flags, other temporary hanging flags. There are other very generous permissible promotional sign elements that would exist today other than just lights.
How would you feel about staff looking into the possibility of finding a funding source for those people that had to go through a financial hardship to change their lights?
I'm absolutely there. I'm going to come up with a suggestion about a capital improvement program under item 17 using American Rescue Plan
I was
funds
thinking
for
the
that.
same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, Bill.
All right.
Can we get feedback from the downtown business partnership, and maybe enlist some feedback from them as well? Thanks.
Mr. Ortiz, I was going to suggest, so this will be my third time looking at a sign ordinance, and I can guarantee you, you're having a conversation now, but once the business community hears, they're going to have a very strong opinion. So I think there's value in engaging them sooner than later. So I would recommend as part of this, I think we need to bring something back to the city council. I think we need a little bit more direction. You've given us some research projects, so we're going to look at other zoning and other locations. We're going to look at some other examples. We'll look at the lumens concept. We'll engage both the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Partnership and get some feedback from them as well. I think from there you'll have enough feedback to give some direction to staff that we can go back and look at making a modification that will take to the Planning Commission.
Wonderful.
Okay, Bill. I just wanted to let Tony know that the first time I dealt with the El Cajon Siding Ordinance was in 1972 when I was a senior in a civics class and I had to go to El Cajon City Council meeting, and they had the donut sign over in El Cajon Boulevard that spun around, and they didn't like that. So it was a rather riotous meeting.
All right. Tony, thank you. Angela, do we have any speaker cards on this item?
We have no comments, sir.
All right. Staff, you've gotten your direction. Do you need a motion of any kind? No. Okay. The fourth administrative report, item 14, is regarding the analysis of a water feature at Wells Park, and I'll ask staff to tell us about this.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So on February 9, the City Council directed staff to do an analysis of a potential water feature at Wells Park. And this is just to update you on that analysis and then also seek further direction from you. We were able to survey about 14 agencies. We put a statewide survey out there. That's why you see some agencies that may have unfamiliar names to you, as well as just contacting our local counterparts if they didn't complete the survey, just to really get their feedback, get an idea. There are other agencies that I didn't list on here, and I'll talk about that toward the end. And I didn't list them on my council report because they've stopped using their water feature for one reason or another, and I'll briefly explain how they explained that to me. I don't know what I did. There we go. So there's really a few different types of water features that are out there, and I'm going to talk about 3 of them specifically. What you see in the upper right area, this is a memorial pool, part of City of San Diego, and this is a very common type of splash pad. It's built within the swimming pool. So City of San Marcos, they have 3 different types of water features. One is exactly like this. City of Carlsbad, theirs is exactly like this also at Alga Norte. So the top right, the reason why I use the memorial is because it's one of the most newer ones, and it's something that City of San Diego is proud of. They do have this year-round, but it's only open on Saturdays during the cooler months. This is a pay-to-play type of thing. It's fully gated, fully secure type of facility. The bottom left, this is also a pay-to-play, but this is Hilton Head, or sorry, give me a second. It's Hilton Head. It's part of the County of San Diego and Rancho. And that one is a pay-to-play. They have a very short season. It's more or less like a Memorial Day to Labor Day type of season. And it is a secured area. It's $3 a day or $30 for the season. And then what you see in the middle, this is new to our region. This is at Civita. And this is part of Mission Valley. It's a City of San Diego park, but the developer built this within. And this is a low amenity, so a very limited amenity type of feature. As you can see, I put 2 pictures so to show you what it looks like at night at the bottom versus what it looks like during the daytime, and water just shoots up simply. And that's a very basic feature. One of our counterpart agencies in the county, they stopped using their water feature about 3 years ago. That's exactly like Civita. And it's just they couldn't afford it anymore. And I didn't identify them. I didn't want to say anything bad about them, but they told me very directly that they just could not afford it at this time of maintaining it. And it's not a lot of money, but it is a lot of money. So these are things that their own body had to really evaluate. So some recent construction, what I was able to locate, or what staff all around when we were doing our investigation, what we were able to locate is I attached 2 examples of some cost estimates. So Chino just completed theirs. This was their picture that they submitted to council. It was approved as part of the design. This is a full-featured, full amenity water or splash pad, 0 depth type of thing. Whittier is a lower amenity type of one, and they haven't completed their project yet, but that's about $750,000 in terms of estimate. Chino told me that at the end it was more like $1.9 million, what the final cost came out to be, and Whittier was closer to the $1.2 million mark. Just with different design standards, and as time goes on, costs go up. So operations and maintenance costs, these are our best estimates of what staff see as potential annual costs. And the open time periods, and I mentioned probably the most common that we see in the state of California is for splash pads that are very basic, a Memorial Day to Labor Day type of concept that they're open to the public. Others are 4 months, 6 months, or all year. So if you look at the County of San Diego Waterfront Park, and I talk about them in just a minute, but they're open 365 days a year, that water feature, unless it's closed off for maintenance or something like that. But it's designated to be open all year long. 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Tuesday through Sunday, and then Mondays 11 to 9 because they do a little bit longer maintenance on Monday morning. But you have to also imagine that they have 24-hour security, and they pay over $1 million a year for that 24-hour security for that county waterfront park. That includes a sheriff being stationed there also 24 hours a day at that location. So our best estimate is what you see here, and it's a total of approximately $68,760 if we're looking at a feature that would have some type of attendant at least part of the year, so a short-term period, maybe a Memorial Day to Labor Day type of setup where we would have that water feature. You also want to remember that other considerations are, and the reason why I put this here is that size and scope would determine if the public would start demanding a changing room. So your lower amenity one, like the Civita, where it just had water shooting up out the bottom, there wouldn't be a public expectation necessarily of a changing room for kids or families. But the more amenities you have, the more likelihood you're going to have a changing room need. So County of San Diego Waterfront Park, you'll see on the bottom left, it's featured very well. It is a regional draw, but they have not only changing rooms, but they have a full-scale bathroom that has also an attendant there cleaning the bathroom all the time. They don't leave. So that is something that they have invested in. On the bottom right here, this is Padre Dam in Santee Lakes, and the stats they gave me were a little vague because they didn't include staff time and everything else. It was just for supplies and services. So theirs is a pay-to-play. County Waterfront Park isn't, but Padre Dam is, and Santee Lakes is either $2 for a weekday, $3 for a weekend. They also charge for parking at Padre Dam. What other considerations we have to consider are, do we have a lifeguard? Because if it's a certain depth, then we need to have a lifeguard. If it's a zero depth, we don't have to have one. But should we have an attendant just to ensure that they're safe and secure? Also, and this is not a pleasant subject to talk about, but I do need to identify that splash pads specifically are susceptible to cryptosporidium. And if you've ever been to a public pool in the last 4 years, the county and the state require us to put up the diarrhea signs that if you've had diarrhea in the last 2 weeks, don't come here. Same thing with splash pads, but the reason why they're more vulnerable is because that water is at zero depth. It doesn't always have that contact with chlorine. And that's why the county and the state requires to have an ultraviolet light, which has another factor. There's also human error when handling or cleaning the ultraviolet light, so we would have to replace that as well. And that's anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000 every time that there's a human error trying to clean it or something like that with a splash pad. And that completes my report.
Thank you, Frank. Appreciate that. Questions? Yeah.
Frank, what the places that charge? What's the range?
So it's definitely all over the board. The average is about $5, but like I said, the Santee Lakes is the lowest. On weekdays, it's $2, and then weekends, $3. But the average is $5 per person to charge.
And for the ones that are the bare basics,
that
without all the other bells and whistles, what do those run usually?
Those are usually free because it's zero amenity, and a lot of malls will have those now too. If you go out to like Viejas, they have that giant water feature that will shoot your kid 30 feet in the air. I don't recommend that one at all, by the way. They actually have a place that sells your water shoes there just so you don't lift skin off the feet on that one.
Yeah, I was over, in fact, my son got married a couple of weeks ago down at the CAC, the County Administration Center,
right.
And there are kids everywhere running through that free one and
Right.
having a really good time.
Exactly. There's just other factors that play with that that the council would want to consider. So in terms of security with that one, and they do have a lot of security there, does the council want to provide that also, or there may be other deviant activities if we don't have that security?
Question for either Graham or Morgan. Can we contract out security at a place like that?
Certainly, but remember, for security, we'd probably be recommending, for an attendant perspective, we would just be using a rec leader. That's minimum wage, so
Okay.
you're not going to get cheaper than that.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Frank, for hard work on this and staff. Do we know what the lifespan is of these facilities? I mean, are we going to have to be replacing these every 5 years? Or?
So some observations with that. So I'll give you some examples. The city of San Diego with Tierra Santa Community Pool, they put in that pool in 1996, and their water feature stopped working probably about 4 or 5 years ago that well. The agency I was speaking of, that was like Civita, but they stopped using their water feature. That was built in 2006, and that stopped being functioning as of 3 years ago. Usually, the industry standard is to replace aquatic feature every 15 to 20 years.
15 to 20, okay. Okay. And then, if we were to fund this, is this general fund? I don't know if this is a question for you or for Graham, or are we looking for special funding through American Rescue, or?
Well, you can't use American Rescue for this, but you could use CDBG capital if you were putting this at Wells Park. So that's a eligible use. To the annual operation cost, though, you'd have to come out of the general
absorb. Fund. Okay. And then, Frank, this is kind of a conceptual question. It seems as though, with regard to charging, the two ways we could go is either simple, and it's going to appeal to just our local residents. So have a simple splash pad that's not extravagant and appeal to our local residents, or like the county did, or Santee Lakes, do a huge one and try and draw on a regional approach, and then we'd have to charge more. Is that kind of the one of two directions that it seemed like the project would have to go, or?
Those are really the directions that I see other agencies doing.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see this for the children of El Cajon. I don't want people coming from all over the county, so I want it simple. I want it cheap. I mean, I had a great time growing up as a kid in Santee just running through the sprinklers, but these kids don't have a front yard, so they can't run through the sprinklers. And there's a lot of them that don't have a lot of money and probably couldn't afford to pay $3 for a whole day. So I want it basic and really cheap. So the kids, I want it used, and maybe everybody clears out after, an hour, and they bring in another group of kids. So it gives them something to do on these horrifically hot El Cajon days in the summer. And it would be our gift to the children of El Cajon.
Okay. I had no idea it was going to be this much when I proposed this. I mean, the cheap way to go is just put a bunch of sprinklers out and say, have fun. Run through the sprinklers and like, I was envisioning something more flat. Somebody walks over there, boom, water shoots up, just in my mind, I'm featuring, I envisioned flat surface, water shooting up, toddlers running around, grandma or grandpa sitting on the side. I wasn't anticipating climbing stuff and water and changing rooms and all of that. No. First of all, we're one of the poorest cities in the county, so I can't see charging anybody anything. If we're going to do it, it's got to be free. That's just my opinion. Second of all, I don't think that we should be taking any funds. If we can't get grants to fund something a little more than putting out, the sprinklers in the yard, then maybe this isn't the time to do it. I'm sorry, Gary. But I'm thinking just plain something very simple. No staff needed, no changing rooms needed. I don't even think we even need a fence around. It's just something that they can go through for the local kids in that neighborhood to kind of play around, mostly for the little ones, and, maybe put a fountain there or something like that so when the wind blows, some of that mist comes off. I don't know. Maybe this just wasn't, I just had a much smaller scale idea. Sorry.
Anybody else? Steve.
One of the concerns is we've seen what have happened to public restrooms at Wells Park. And I have a concern about vandalism here unless it's secured in a similar kind of way. So there's $68,000 a year for maintenance. I think I'll call that warranty maintenance, because anytime you underground plumbing, that's a risk. So I kind of at least want to keep alive Councilman Kendrick's spirit. There might be a way to use existing water assets in the county or in the city. We've got high schools and middle schools with pools. And maybe during the summer season, we're able to have some kind of agreement with either the high schools or the middle schools for free pool day. It's not a municipal pool, but it's a contracted pool, if you want to call that. And maybe that does, on days that we know they're going to be forecasted to be over X degrees, you have a program ready to meet at Wells Park and take the kids over to such and such a pool for the day.
I'd be up for that.
That sounds like a good compromise, but Frank, did you have any ideas about other ways to accomplish the same goal without getting into the financial burdens?
We have been in talks with the Grosse Mountain Union High School District aquatic supervisor about using art money to also offer some type of aquatic programming when they're not using it. And so that could tie into that, especially with what Councilmember Goebel was just talking about. We could also tie in the rec squad in some way. I'm not talking about putting a slip and slide in Wells Park and putting a hose, but being creative with the rec squad and offering some type of temporary misters in the park while the rec squad is there, and look into that innovative idea. One of our rec squad people are very creative in terms of their ingenuity and engineering skills, so we could look into that option also with the rec squad.
Okay. Any other direction for Frank?
Actually, I like the idea of those misters, anything to cool them down.
Yeah, why?
That's going to be really cheap.
Couldn't you put permanent misters over park benches for people to have lunch, or would permanent misters be problematic?
I would want to talk with our community development director about any CEQA with concerns in terms of long-term, but
Sure.
Any temporary placements were pretty, there's a lot more permissibility in terms of using that.
I mean, it could be temporary for 3 months.
Right.
Yeah,
we can look into that.
That would make a place to go have lunch, cool down a little bit, as opposed and have the option to take a bus over to the pool. I mean, couldn't we provide some transportation services to schools? So for kids that didn't have access to walk to a pool, they could.
We are looking at that specifically as an option with our art money. We're currently in conversation with Cajon Valley Union School District, their assistant superintendent, to bus kids from the valley floor up to Fletcher Hills for swim lessons during the summer to add or to increase our capacity by at least 2 times this summer for that.
How's council feel about that? All right, any more direction for Frank? All right, Frank, I think you've got our direction. I'm going to see if there's any public comment, but thanks very much.
Thank you.
No comments were received, sir.
Okay, let's then move on. I've lost my ability to turn the page. Okay. All right. The next administrative report, item 15, is the adoption of the El Cajon 2.0 strategic plan. And staff, will you please tell us about this? Hi.
Hi, hello. Sarah Diaz, Director of IT, here to report back on El Cajon 2.0, which is El Cajon's smart city plan that we were directed by this council to explore starting last September. So we took a different perspective in Smart City in that we did quite a bit of outreach to kind of see what Smart City meant and could be in El Cajon. So this was was not just a whole staff effort, but we actually solicited and got great response from public across the board, and this council heard some of the results of those findings back in January. Since that time, when you gave us our priorities, we've sat down and we looked at best practices and wrote a strategic plan that really outlines how this could be implemented in our city. So I want to start with our vision. Our committee felt it was really important to have a strong point of view in how we implement these projects, that it's not just technology for technology's sake. So our vision is El Cajon 2.0 is an ongoing commitment to utilize innovative technical solutions that support a safe, connected, thriving, and desirable community for all residents, businesses, and visitors. So that's what we're really trying to do. And this is meant to be not just classic IT or tech programs, but really looking at this holistically across the city for different ways to do things. As we discussed back in January, the priorities that were given to us from public input and input from council were to focus first on public safety, government efficiency, communication with the public, economic development, and also environmentally friendly solutions. So what makes an El Cajon 2.0 project different? The key here is that these projects will be defined by very specific identified challenges. So we start with where we want to go, what our intended outcome is, and then we put that out to the public. And then we solicit feedback. And it could be from a community member, it could be from council, it could be from staff if they have a great idea. It doesn't matter. All those ideas go into the pot for consideration. Because the idea is maybe somebody from a different industry knows a different way of doing it. Maybe someone from a different part of the world knows a different way of doing it. Or maybe someone just had a great idea when they heard about our solicitation. And that's really where these projects get different, is we take those ideas and then start putting it into our municipal project and procurement system. It's about the innovation at the beginning to get to where we want to go. Another key aspect is public engagement. We intend for public to know about these projects starting from day one or even before day one. There will be discussion at public meetings because anything that has a budget impact will be subject for approval. We're launching tomorrow a dedicated webpage about what we're doing and how. Social media is going to be a key aspect of this, as well as the El Cajon Gateway magazine. You've noticed in the past episodes of the Gateway, we're starting to do more of projects and technology and floating the great ideas that our staff have and the things that we're working on into that magazine, and we intend for our request for innovation to be part of that as well. We started out with a public survey. We intend to do one every 2 years because we believe priorities will change, and it's important to get that feedback not just from those that subscribe to our request for innovations, but citywide have people have an opportunity to guide where those priorities should be. That, of course, then would also be a point for approval from the council as your representatives for those citizens. And then finally, we'd like to do an annual progress report and let you know where all these initiatives are at, what's happening, and the sorts of projects that we're working on and the great things we're accomplishing. So as part of your packet was the strategic plan. We're recommending and asking for you to accept that strategic plan. Should that go forward, we are going to start tomorrow with program setup. That will be putting the procedures in place to make this happen. Because as you know, we have a council initiative to get some of these requests for innovation out to the streets and start doing pilot projects as soon as later this year. At this point, I'd like to thank our subcommittee and staff and the community as a whole, because I really do believe this was a fully encompassing effort to get to this point. Almost every department in our city was represented and provided input into this plan, and we appreciate the opportunity. And that completes my report.
Thank you for that. Thanks for the all the hard work that all the staff put in. Let me see if there's any questions. You must have hit it out of the park because nobody has any questions for you. All right, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Angela, any speaker cards on this item?
We received one comment from David Horowitz, Government Account Manager at Cox Business, and it reads, Cox Business will be virtually participating in today's council meeting. We are excited to be a part of discussions and projects associated with El Cajon 2.0 strategic plan. We are thrilled to see the progress and look forward to future discussions and collaboration with the city to move these priorities and future projects forward. Cox Business is committed to the city and the community as a partner and provider of advanced technology and smart solutions. Please do not hesitate to reach out, and we look forward to ongoing communication and of comment.
Well, Mr. Horowitz, thank you. We welcome your participation and partnership, and we thank you for your involvement. Any others?
Sorry, sir. No more.
Okay. Seems like it's ready for a motion.
I'll move to adopt the El Cajon 2.0 strategic plan.
Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
Thanks. All right, the sixth administrative report, item 16, is the traffic calming request for South Anza Street. Staff? Hi, Mario again.
Good afternoon. Again, this is Mario Sanchez, City Traffic Engineer. I'm going to show the attachments to this report to give you better context of this item. Background of this item, this is a traffic calming request for Anza Street. Let me bring up the map. And Anza Street between Chase Avenue and Washington Avenue is about a half-mile segment. And recent events, we had some terrible fatal collision and some ongoing citizen requests to act on speeding complaints. We decided to do a traffic study at this location, at this street. And when we do a traffic calming request, I like to look at a systemic approach instead of just looking at one point on that whole arterial or street. So like I mentioned, Anza Street is at 25 mile per hour, posted speed limit. There's about 5,500 vehicles that travel on Anza each day. And it serves as a bypass to Mollison Avenue, which is to the west. So, and also the police department back in March set up a rogue radar detector. And we collected over 21,000 vehicles on that street over a 3-day period. And we clocked about 50% of the people that are traveling up and down Anza Street are going over the speed limit. So, and then with this analysis, I looked at the 5-year accident history. And there, on the whole corridor, there was 28 collisions, and 8 were contributed to speeding. So about 30% of the accidents within a 5-year period were attributed to speeding. Okay, let me show you, whoops, go back. And so we looked at Merritt and Anza, as well as Anza and Gray Street, which is further south. And right now, Anza Street is a 2-way stop. And we run traffic always stop warrants analysis, and we have our own guidelines, but we kind of modeled it after the National Manual Uniform Traffic Control Devices standards, as well as the City of San Diego. They have their own standards that we follow, and it's based on a point system. And we looked at both intersections, look at the accident history, traffic volume, site visibility considerations, and proximity to the school. There's Anzan Elementary School is on the south side of the street, a southern portion of the street, I say. But so this is Anzan Merritt looking northbound, and this is Anzan Gray. Anzan Gray functions as a school crossing for Anzan Elementary School. And you can see this picture was taken a few weeks ago. And they have a crossing guard that helps kids cross during the dismissal and morning times. Let me back up. So with our recommendations, based on our keep on saying signal bar, our always stop warrant, we recommended that Anzan Merritt, it meets the warrants by a point. And these are the proposed measures that we're going to try to put in an always stop with continental crosswalks to give this intersection greater visibility and to give people, as they're crossing Merritt, better chance to get across, as well as for pedestrians. And that Gray Street, and go back, we recommend to enhance the crosswalks, pedestrian crossing, put it in more. Right now, the markings out there are kind of a little bit faded. We'll convert those to the latter type. We call them continental crosswalks, yellow, and then also install our rectangular rapid flashing beacon system. It's a pedestrian warning system. We've been using these throughout the city. There's one on Park Avenue, and we get about 80% compliant of motorists when a kid or a pedestrian pushes the button, and 80% of the people usually stop. So that's a good measure. And I want to show you what it looks like. I mean, just a schematic of the rectangular rapid flashing beacon. So with that, the fiscal impact, this type of system, it roughly costs about $15,000, and we have the budget to do that. And stop signs and markings about $4,000, and it's in your report. With that, I'll open it up to questions.
Thanks, Mario. Appreciate that. Michelle?
So Anza and Gray only had like a 21 points as far as your system goes. Have there been significant traffic accidents there that maybe just came under the radar?
We look at the traffic accident history over a 5-year period. There were only 3 at that location.
Okay.
And there were no pedestrian collisions at that location.
So part of my concern is that we're at 21% on that, and El Cajon's only going to grow, and we're only going to have more traffic. What would be the problem with being proactive and having an always stop there?
If we put an always stop, it's only another 400 feet north of the intersection, so we might have more motorists running that stop sign, and becomes an issue, and people just blatantly disregard the stop sign, just kind of run right through it.
And Ms. Mitchell, I'll comment too. We were actually shocked during the traffic survey of how much traffic is on Anza. We did not realize it. In fact, the street is not designed for that level of traffic. We do think that the 4-way stop at Merritt will probably shift people that are, I'll say, cheating off of Mollison, that are getting off of Mollison. We think that it'll drive them back to Mollison, which is a street designed for the kind of load that Anza is currently taking. So it may be premature to make that a 4-way stop. There's some value in doing this baby step, and if it warrants it, then we will, but at this time we would not recommend that.
Okay. I agree, and yes, Mollison, the whole length of Mollison is a speedway for the city, because I live right off Mollison by Bradley. And so I just want to make sure that we're, instead of having to come back, I just, how much would it take to just go over that next hump? Or what about speed bumps to slow it down on Gray?
It's been a long-standing policy of the city not to install speed bumps. The last time they went in was at least 12 years ago. And they're more controversial. Once we put them in, people just want them. They get complained, they want them out. So
okay.
It's kind of the balancing act with speed bumps.
I just want to thank staff for jumping on this very quickly. This is in my district, and I'm actually one of those cheaters. I'll self-admit that our city manager identified, where I use ANZA, and it's very and I've caught myself going over the speed limit there. But I was contacted by a handful of residents after the death of that pedestrian, I think a couple months ago. And I think this is personally using the street and knowing the kind of traffic that flows through there and the speed, I think this is a good start. I think it's going to fit what the residents are looking for, because right now it's just a stretch of road. There's not a lot of visibility for pedestrians because there's a lot of street parking. And it's a good first step, I think. And if the city does grow, then I don't think it'll cost much to put in a stop sign down the road. And then I heard also, with regard to speed bumps, that suspension in modern cars can just go straight over those speed humps, so it might not even slow down traffic. I drive ANZA frequently. It's right down the street from where I live, and I think there were some residents looking to put together a petition to have some kind of traffic measure, and I think this fits it very well. So, thank you very much for your work.
You're welcome.
Steve? Gary? Anything? No? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
Angela, do we have any public comment on this?
No comments were received, sir.
Okay. Well, any further discussion on this, or somebody like to make a motion?
I'd like to move to adopt next resolution to establish permanent all-way stop signs on South Anza at the intersection of Merritt and install the pedestrian cross warning beacon at the intersection of South Anza Street and Gray.
All right, please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
Thanks very much, Mario. Please thank your staff for us. I know it was a lot of work. The next administrative report, item 17, is the review of programs eligible for funding under the American Rescue Plan Act. And I'll ask our Assistant City Manager, Vince DiMaggio, to tell us about this.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I'm going to start with an update on what we went over 2 weeks ago, because things change rapidly. This is something we've never seen before, as you know. When the federal government doles out money, they usually attach some kind of conditions to it. And in the case of ARP, they did not. And so what we're seeing is that the Treasury Department is coming up with various rulings, administrative laws, if you will, about what is eligible and what is not eligible. So I'm going to reverse course a little bit on what you were told 2 weeks ago, and that's where we'll start. Unfortunately, the staffing and outfitting of our narcotics enforcement unit is an ineligible item. Now, we recognize, as I said in the staff report, we recognize that this is a council policy. We will continue to analyze this, and we will get back to you at a later date on this issue. Somewhat surprisingly, improvements to city facilities are also ineligible. Now, this includes even solar improvements to things like rec centers, fire stations, the public safety building, City Hall. Any number of improvements to those facilities is considered ineligible. Again, somewhat surprising considering a portion of the Democratic Party is very much into the Green New Deal, cutting greenhouse gas emissions. You know, this may change. Again, every couple of days there's some new guidance coming out on this. So this may change, but for now we can't recommend going there with city facilities. As far as other post-COVID activities that we talked about, that's in yellow. It's kind of a maybe. It's case by case. We're still waiting for guidance on that. Specifically what we talked about, for example, I believe the example I gave was subsidizing Live Nation concerts, for instance, to bring bigger name performers here, for instance, just as a case in point. So that we still don't have a good sense about what post-COVID activities can be funded with this. So now I'm going to turn, unless you have questions about that, I'm going to go right into the business grant.
Just one question.
Yes, Mayor.
Is there some kind of federal arbitrator that you can run things by, or I mean, how are you getting your direction?
We're receiving. We understand that the Treasury Department is the one that's issuing the guidance, and so that's where we're receiving it, from the Treasury Department.
But you're not asking them questions. You're just getting a blanket guidance, and you're kind of figuring it out from there.
Yeah, they are getting a lot of questions asked to them, and so they are putting pretty much everyone off until they issue the guidance that, and their response is, we'll get back to you in a couple of days, we'll get back to you in a couple of weeks, because as you can imagine, being that it's new, every city has questions, every city has projects, and they're having to come out and trying to preempt those city questions. So it's happening frequently.
Fair enough.
Yep. So you'll recall about a year ago, we did the first round of business grant using the CARES Act money. And the different businesses were categorized in different ways. There were essential businesses, which were allowed to stay open with reduced capacity and hours of operation. There were non-essential businesses, which were by order to be closed. They were not allowed to open. And then there were restaurants. And what we did was we issued direct grants with very little qualifying, very qualifying conditions. Essential businesses, because they were allowed to stay open, were issued a smaller amount, $15,000, non-essential $30,000, restaurants $10,000. Of the $2.5 million of CARES Act that was allocated, 134 businesses were assisted. Now, this was a very popular program. We had a lot of people thank us for it. A lot of people have been calling the office and asking, is there going to be a second round? And so it proved to be very popular. And the point of it was, because the pandemic came in so quickly, and because the stay-at-home order and the shutdown order came so rapidly with very little warning, this was meant to keep the lights on. And we are aware of only 3 businesses out of the ones that received assistance. Only 3 businesses are no longer in operation. So it was, I like to think it was successful in some way, shape, or form in either keeping their supply chain going or paying rent or something along those lines. So it again, proved to be very popular, and I think it's fair to say somewhat effective. Can you turn that back on for me? There you go. Okay, thank you. The second round we're proposing is, as I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, using $5 million in ARP funds. Again, a portion of it would be a direct grant. So with certain conditions that you qualify for, we would issue a direct grant for $15,000. Again, that would be the equivalent of what we issued to essential businesses. Plus, now we're adding a second element, $5,000 for every employee you hire in the 90 days after you get the initial grant, up to 3. So you have a chance of getting another $15,000. So the maximum grant possible is $30,000. So where you see the first round was just focused on keeping the lights on for businesses, the second round is focused on more direct assistance to the business for sure, but then employment. And as I said in the staff report, when you look at El Cajon specifically for unemployment, we have hovered pre-pandemic, we hovered around 3.6%. So we kind of mirrored the national average, right there at 3.6%. Post-pandemic, where we have been since November, or during the pandemic, and as we're coming out of the pandemic, since November of 2020, we have stayed at this stubbornly high rate of 9.6%. Some of that, I believe, is because of stimulus payments going out and people maybe not being in the job market. Some people are receiving unemployment benefits plus stimulus, maybe not in the job market. But nevertheless, we still remain at 9.6%, and there seemed to be an interest in looking towards something that could alleviate the high unemployment, specifically in El Cajon. So if every business under this proposal, if every business took maximum advantage, we would assist 167 businesses and employ 500 people. That is if every business said, I'll take the 15, and then over the next 90 days, look to provide 3 people with employment at that business. So here are some proposed conditions. Some of them are very much the same as we saw the first round. In the first condition would be you have to have a business license as of the start of this month. A year ago, you'll recall, when we did the CARES Act, we did that in May and June, as I remember, and we said that you had to have a business license as of March of 2020, so back several months. In this instance, we're kind of moving it up, or at least we're proposing to move it up to at least the start of this month, to open it up and give more people a chance, quite frankly. We're proposing no home businesses because the idea is storefronts, commercial tenant spaces. We had some home businesses last time, and of course, really, if you have a home business, you're not allowed to have either customers or employees coming there, so it kind of defeats the purpose of the employment aspect of it. You can't have any building code or zoning violations. This was something that carried over from the first round. In order to, the fourth point is, and this is important for ensuring that someone has actually been hired, the business is to provide a copy of the EDD form DE-34. That's a form that when you hire an employee, you send to the state. The state then sends you a confirmation that they received it. So what we're proposing is not only does the business have to send us a copy of the DE-34, but they have to send us a copy of the state's confirmation that the state got it, so that there's two parties involved here, the state and the business. And then lastly, and somewhat for council discussion, I would presume, is we're proposing to exclude restaurants. And the reason for that is a couple of different reasons. The Restaurant Revitalization Program is a part of ARP. It's a $350 billion program that's part of ARP, and it allows for grants of anywhere between $1,000 and $5 million. It's a competitive grant, so you have to meet certain standards that they set for it. It's being administered through the SBA. You can apply directly through the SBA portal. But the reason why we're suggesting, at least at this stage, that they be excluded is the possibility that restaurants could double dip, that they receive the grant from the Restaurant Revitalization Program, which is specific to restaurants, and then they receive at least the direct grant from us. That may not be a bad thing. It's really a policy question for the council that we'll ask you to discuss. Restaurants, we did a little analysis with regard to some data that we have. Restaurants were down 8.6% in the pandemic due to the closure. Now, that does not compare to the construction industry, for instance, which was down 56%. The entertainment industry was down 76%. But it actually does compare somewhat with retail sales, non-automotive, which was down 5%, and then automotive sales and fuel, which was down 9%. So restaurants do fit in with a category, but then you look at some of the other categories like construction and entertainment, which was heavily impacted, and then they kind of don't fit in with that. So at this point, I'm going to stop at this point because this is the last slide I have for the business grant part of it before we go into the business assistance part of it, which is different. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about the grant and have council discuss how they want to approach this.
Yeah, great. Council? You want to start?
Okay, very good, creative, out-of-the-box thinking here to help our businesses. I'm going to express a couple of concerns. On the DE 34, what's to keep somebody from putting a name down and then they never actually pay that person any money?
Okay, thank you for asking. That's a good point, and we have discussed that. We feel if they give us the DE 34 and then we receive a copy of the confirmation from the state, we now have enough information to call the person, to actually follow up, use our staff, call the person and say, hey, are you working at, such and such? So we do plan to do that and to verify that employment has been done.
If we go that way, I would suggest instead a DE9, which is a quarterly report of wages, that proves that you paid somebody through that filing. It's a retroactive look if the council goes that way. But with the employee-based thing, there's a couple of concerns I have. Number one, I know a restaurant owner, she just can't find employees right now. The unemployment rate, one of the theories is the reason why it's still high is some people are out of the job market. They're staying home with their kids who are still not fully in school and they're not ready to go back to work. And that could be people that we're trying to target here. The other is some of these businesses, when they opened up back in March, they may have already hired their employees, so they wouldn't benefit from this. There could be other businesses, they're not ready to hire people, and they won't benefit from this. So those are some concerns with the employee-based. I'd like, as far as the restaurants being at 8.6%, I do think I've read that fast food restaurants have really done well with the drive-through, and the dine-in have done really bad because they've been closed.
Very good point.
They probably average out 8.6%, which is not dismal. So we've probably gotten more. You get that point there.
Right.
I'm going to propose a different program for my colleagues to consider, and that's what I call a capital improvement program, or CIP. And here's what I'm thinking. The small business owner, one of the hardest things to do is to budget for capital improvements, to buy new equipment, to repaint the store, to get new computers, to clean the floor, to paint the outside, paint the inside. And it's, having been there before, it's one of the hardest things to do because you tend to take any extra money for yourself rather than reinvest in your business. I think if we do a capital improvement program, it will upgrade the look of El Cajon. Retail store, and back to commercial businesses, no home-based businesses, but places that are open to the public. It would raise the level of the look of El Cajon if people redid their floor, painted the inside of their businesses, got new computers. These things add long-term value to the business owner so that someday when they go to sell their business, they have a higher value to sell their business. It benefits them. It benefits the landlord in case you redid the flooring or the walls or things. And I think it's got some longer value than the employee side of things. The restaurant revitalization, I agree with you. They could be at the end of the line of this CIP program because they may get some more money here. Also, the state in the past day passed legislation to the governor that the loans they got last year, the PPP loans, will now be deductible on your state forms. The federal government has already said you don't have to pay taxes on this, but now the state has said we're going to absorb or forego $6 billion in state taxes, so that's a benefit for them. I would add some conditions. You got to be in business since January 1st of 2020 so that new businesses don't get capital improvement funds. You probably don't need them. I would probably add that you're not delinquent in your rent. We don't want money going to them and them not paying landlords. A couple extra things. So I'd kind of like to discuss this CIP program.
Well, Mr. Goebel, let me just comment on that. As you may recall, a couple of weeks ago when I laid out a number of different things, there was the business grant, and then there was a series of economic development incentives that we had said that we would come back to council with One was for larger businesses where we wanted to retain a consultant, and then one was for the smaller businesses, which would do exactly what you're talking about, which would be the facade grants, it would be the grants for equipment, it would be things like that. That just is something that we're planning to come back to you on. It's just part of a different program.
I guess I'd like to see that sooner than later. Then.
Okay.
Thoughts from my colleagues?
Yeah.
Quick question to go off of Steve's idea. Would this replace your idea for capital improvements, replace the business grant program, or would it be in addition to?
You know, it could be a combination. You could say, we'll give everybody X amount of dollars now, just as a, here you go, here's some more free money. But instead of the employee portion of this, that could be the CIP portion of that.
'Cause I do think that there's value in the hire each employee. I think that's a good idea in some degree to remove that to lower that 9.6 unemployment rate. I think that employers will seek to hire people because of that incentive. So I don't know why I like the idea of that. I've already talked to a couple business owners and about this since receiving the staff report on Thursday, and their response was great. They said, yeah, I'm looking to hire someone anyway. I'm looking to hire this person, a landscaping company, a cleaning and restoration company. I don't like the idea of getting rid of that completely.
I guess I'd say if you're looking to hire that person anyway, then this really isn't an incentive to push it forward. It does cover about 3 months of wages as staff, so you have to commit to pay for month 4 forever. That would be a different way of looking at it.
If I could jump in, the reality is there's probably some businesses that don't need to hire people to be successful, or they already have hired. And there are probably some businesses that could never buy enough equipment because that's not what their kind of business is, right? So we're trying to presuppose what every business is. Having a hybrid model could benefit both of those businesses. So maybe, we need more feedback, I think, but maybe one of the feedback is that we'll come back with sort of a combo program that would allow a business to take advantage of one or the other or both or a combination of.
I'm good with that because the employee-based program doesn't benefit businesses who can't take advantage of it. And the CIP program isn't for every business that doesn't need it, but needs employees. So maybe there is a little bit of best of both worlds.
Michelle?
So I agree with my colleague, Mr. Goebel. I think having a combination, just out of curiosity, do we know how many brick and mortar businesses we have in El Cajon?
That's funny. I just sent Mr. Shute a text during the sign discussion. Mr. Shute, do you know? Did you figure it out or no? We don't know off the top of our head.
Are we talking thousands or are we only talking hundreds? I don't know.
We're probably, we're guessing, under 1,000, more than 500.
Because there's going to be a lot of businesses that are, they're like mom and pop. You've got your owner, a small jewelry store. I'm trying to think of something that probably would not have stayed open during the pandemic. So like a jewelry store, small jewelry store, and they've got the owner and maybe one employee. So the capital improvement portion might be very attractive to them. How would we get this information out to businesses so that they know that they can take advantage of this? I'm thinking of businesses that are, how do I say this, more ethnic-based, that may not utilize social media, how are we going to get this information out to them?
We were very successful in the first round of the business grant getting the information out to them. In fact, I would say that most of the businesses assisted in the first round, I would say at least half were minority owned. And in our case, I'm speaking of Middle Eastern. There were a lot of Middle Eastern owned businesses that received help the first time around. So in terms of getting the information out, it would be a combination of social media, the Chamber of Commerce, our partners in throughout the community. We also had a committee at that time for that particular tranche of grant funding that was very diverse and also assisted in getting the word out. So I think there's some expectation that there's something on the horizon, and I think the businesses are kind of expecting it a little bit. That's why we've been fielding quite a bit of phone calls.
Okay.
Gary?
I'm okay with the, I like the hybrid aspect that Steve had talked about.
Yeah, I like the hybrid thing too. I want to talk about a couple of things. One is we should not exclude nonprofits. There may be a counseling center or a clinic that suffered through the COVID pandemic. There may be, I talked to somebody who runs the Alano Club, and they said that they're really, really hurting. And that's a valuable community thing. So I think we should consider nonprofits. I don't like the idea of excluding restaurants, but I do like the idea of Steve's idea, or at least, I don't know if this is your idea, but when Steve brought up the concept that fast food restaurants did really well, and regular dine-in restaurants did very poorly, I can see not excluding dine-in restaurants, but excluding fast food restaurants.
We would probably need some guidance on what you consider fast food restaurant. That can be tricky.
And that brings me to another point. Obviously, the spirit of this is to take care of people that suffered through the pandemic. Am I right on that?
Absolutely, yes.
So is there a way we could tie people's requests for money to profit and loss statements or taxes or something to show that they suffered, that they didn't make the same or more during the pandemic? Because frankly, my business did better during the pandemic because we got involved in telemedicine, but other businesses did more poorly.
We thought a little bit about that, and the difficulty that we ran into in considering that is how easy it is to actually fake a profit and loss statement. And so if you really need the money, you can make a profit and loss statement that shows that you actually suffered a dramatic loss. Because a profit and loss statement it's proprietary. It's only for yourself. You're not reporting it to anyone. In fact, in the first round, I will tell you that we had several applicants volunteer, and they did submit their full tax returns. And that's something that I'm not so sure I would recommend that the council want us to do, but this was people who submitted an application with that just to show that they had suffered some serious economic loss.
So I want to throw out an idea to you and to the council. What if we went back to the concept of having a panel that reviewed applications, and kind of like applying for a college? You submit your grades, you submit your test scores, but you also submit a letter of recommendation. You submit an essay. You submit all your extracurriculars. What if businesses made their case as to why they suffered during the pandemic? If they want to include their tax returns, then they can do that. We didn't require it, but it would make their case stronger. Anything they could provide to make their case stronger. If somebody provides a fake P&L, I guess it's possible we could get fooled, but you probably wouldn't. If you have sharp people on this panel, they'd probably see through that. And that way we're not obligated to give anybody anything specific, but you give latitude to the committee to make decisions based upon the need.
Mayor, I would suggest that we not suggest tax returns be something that you would want to produce to us, because those hold very strong confidentiality laws, both the United States federal tax returns and state tax returns. And the minute they start releasing those to us, they become releasable to almost anybody, including perhaps under the Public Records Act, although we would try to keep it confidential. But to even suggest that they should provide that or could provide that to us could create a situation, especially if you're rating, one against the other, whether you're going to dispense funds because somebody's willing to breach the confidentiality and give us a return.
All right, that's good advice. Is there another vehicle to show that a business has suffered?
I have an idea.
Yeah.
Back with the PPP loan, it was crazy money, I call it, because all you had to do was sign an affidavit saying my sales were down 25% during any 3 months. There was no proof. It was crazy money. But the way to limit some of these things is to say chain locations are ineligible because they had access to capital that the mom and pop did not. Agreed. And you can have those kind of business qualifier. You had to have business at least since before the pandemic, like January 1st, not for new businesses. That's the way that you can limit some of the applications.
What do you think about proving the need, proving how much you've lost?
I think back to your comment on an earlier item, I think we overreach into the personal nature. You're asking somebody to prove that they suffered and what level of suffering is acceptable and what crosses a line that's unacceptable.
What would you think about having a committee that at least receives a letter say, hey, this is why I need this, and letting the committee decide based upon
Well,
that?
I think under the first round, we had a panel of people who we didn't even know who they were for good reason.
I think it worked great, did you?
I'll weigh in. It did not work great.
Oh, okay.
You have to recognize we were asking people that are pretty busy, because you want people that are highly qualified, and usually highly qualified people are busy, to dedicate a lot of time. And we were going through almost 200 business applications. You just add up the numbers. If you spend 5 minutes per application, that's over 10 hours. So it was a big commitment, and to be honest with you, half the panelists didn't do anything. So I think it was bigger assignment than we thought it was going to be, and it was bigger than most of them thought it could be. Let me spin this a little bit. We're talking about the idea of helping businesses that suffered. You could make the argument that the grant that we presented earlier was for that. It was to help people that were suffering. You could make the argument this next grant has nothing to do with the past. This has to do with the future. This has to do about growth, getting back on your feet, expanding, getting back into the market. So maybe looking back at the suffering part isn't as important as what are you going to do with this money to do something better? Are you just going to recoup some money so you can buy a boat? Or are you going to invest this into facade improvements or hiring people? So maybe the past isn't as important as the future.
So how do you judge that?
Well, I think the criteria is already set out. If you want to hire some people, that's a move forward. If you want to submit or there are some pre-approved capital improvement items, computers, facades, flooring, painting, then people are moving forward.
Yeah, I would agree with Mr. Goebel. I think that the reason why this is the first program that's coming to you, that you heard a lot of concepts tonight and a lot of things that are going to have to come back to you. This is the first actual program that we can roll out because the infrastructure, if I can use that term, the infrastructure is already there. Staff's done this before. We know how to look at it. We know how to administer it. We can do it. The only thing that we would need to do at this point is to come back in a couple of weeks with the CIP portion of it and develop some categories and then marry it to what you've already heard.
I agree with all that. I would like to ask my council members if they agree that nonprofits should be considered and that sit-down restaurants should have, should be part of the process, not excluded.
I agree.
I agree. Nonprofits should be included. They provide a great service in this community.
And if they have, well, with regard to distinguishing sit down and fast food, I think a drive-through would be a good indicator whether they would be excluded or not. So, yeah.
I have a question regarding the hybrid model. So if they submit their idea of what they want to do to improve facade, computers, flooring, whatever, how do we ensure, I know this is really cynical, but how do we ensure that when we give them that money, because it's going to take time, they're going to get the money and they have to buy it and everything and install it, if it's flooring, that they actually use that money for that and that we are not going to be dealing with fraud?
I guess you could work on a reimbursement basis is one possibility. If everybody's got a credit card they can charge things to, and they get a 21-day grace period till the next payment's due, but staff may have other ideas.
And that would require our finance department to, like hop on it and get those checks, those reimbursement checks out to them. But that's just kind of an idea. It's like, how do we ensure that we're going to give you $10,000 for flooring and you decide to buy a boat with it instead? You lied.
It's an excellent question, and that's the reason why the plan was to come back to the council with the larger economic development details that had to do with the consultant and then the smaller businesses. Because remember, when we introduced the issue of the smaller businesses, we were also talking about if businesses wanted to expand, they also have development standards in the zoning ordinance they have to comply with. So oftentimes they have to build things like additional landscaping, additional parking. They may not have the money for that. That was where the thought was, at least, brainstorming, that was where the thought was that we would come in with this CIP plan, is to help the businesses pave their parking area, help the business with a facade grant to put up a new sign, help the business put up new landscaping. Exactly what Mr. Goebel was talking about in terms of beautification. We just hadn't flushed out the details of that yet. So that was a program that was probably a month or a month and a half away from coming to you, where this one was just strictly the grant and employment issues. Now, if we're going to combine those, we're going to have to go back and develop categories and then methodologies for addressing what you just brought up.
In the same way, on the labor side, taxpayers are going to want to know that applying for a $5,000 grant isn't going to a family member living in the same household, perhaps. So that's why I say in that case maybe a retroactive reimbursement once they show the quarterly payment of wages to that new person. That may be more of a taxpayer secured kind of a thing.
Question for staff, and I completely agree. We want accountability that these business owners are going to actually use it for what they're going to do. With regard to staff time, I feel like the more we increase accountability, it's going to increase our staff time. So what's that impact going to look like? Because obviously, if we just have a simple application, $15,000, we write them a check, the money's out there, but there's no accountability, as opposed to, okay, submit your design standards that you're going to propose, and then review time for staff. What does that look like for us?
Well,
and could we use our money to reimburse ourselves for that staff time?
Well, I believe we can, because that, if we run into a deficit situation, the ARP money was to backfill that. Again, this program would be almost complete in 20 to 30 days with at least the initial tranche of funding, the initial 15, and then it would be a matter of just simply monitoring who submitted the DE-34 or the DE-9 and who hired. That's not a hard thing to do. We have staff ready to do that, not a problem. If we combine it with a more sophisticated program that the CIP program is, and they both occur at the same time, it's going to be challenging. But I can't really answer the question because we haven't developed all of the steps that the CIP program is going to have. But the initial thought was is that the CIP program or the economic development component would come after, right? That would come after this business grant section.
So I'd suggest a hybrid there to my colleagues and say, roll out the employee portion, but let people know you have an option of waiting for CIP money, because either way there may be a ceiling of X dollars. You can go for the employee now, or you can wait a month and we'll tell you how you can get these instead.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So, Mr. Goebel, can I clarify, are you okay then with bringing forward the CIP program in 2 to 4 weeks so that we had some specificity with it, and then tell the people who are applying for the grant, you can do this, it's a program you can do, but you've got another program coming shortly thereafter?
Yes, the employee program can roll out today. With the additional notice, you also have a choice in 4 weeks of applying for using your money in a CIP program, and you might want to decide the ceiling either way is this amount, $15,000 for employees or $15,000 for CIP.
Okay, I understand.
You can have $15,000 now for employees if you're ready to hire and do this, or you can wait a month and use your $15,000 for CIP, or a blend of both.
Okay.
And we're still, the original $15,000 that we were proposing is still intact, right?
Correct.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's a great idea.
And there's no double dipping, right?
That's what I understand from Mr. Goebel's description.
It's an either or.
It's an either or.
Either way, you get a max of $15,000 for employee or CIP or a blend.
Right.
Okay.
Was it 15,000 or was it 15 to 30,000?
Well, it's 15 initially. There's a direct grant that's just for 15, and I believe everybody qualifies for that. Now, the second tranche of it under Mr. Goebel's plan would be you can either start hiring employees in which you're eligible for the 15 or the CIP.
That works. Okay.
But if the council wanted to make the money go further, you just don't give away the $15,000. Just here you go. Any dollar that we give is tied to either a capital improvement or an employment. That could be your other option you may want to
I
consider.
think that would cut out of a lot of fraud and abuse. I mean, I think if we just give away $15,000 to everybody, there's going to be a fair amount of folks that say, "Well, I didn't need it, but great." You know, I think we should really try. I know it's not. It's impossible to be perfect about this, but we should try to give to people who are really trying to come back from the pandemic.
Well, to your point, $30,000, 15 now and 15 later, would go to 167 businesses. 167 times 30,000 is roughly $5 million, the whole thing. We'd only help 167. We could help double the number of businesses if we don't give away the first 15.
I like your concept, Graham.
I'm curious, what would be, I mean, we're talking about flooring and, facade improvements. Equipment, is that included on, if someone's truck has been patched along, for 2 years and.
Well, I think what we need to do is come back to you with some categories so that you can take a look at the categories, and I think we may forget some, you may think of some, and I think we just need to understand what everybody thinks the CIP should cover. And I would be happy to do that in the next 2 weeks. So we'll come back to you in 2 weeks, and we'll talk about a category and establish some lists.
I think that's great.
I'm okay with your idea of not giving the first 15 to everybody free.
It's actually Graham's idea, but yeah. Okay. I just was agreeing with it, but yeah, thank you, Steve, for having some really good business thoughts on this.
Well, we're just trying to stretch it to help more people this time.
Okay, you've got plenty of direction. Do you need anything else?
Yeah, we're going to go into the business assistance program next. I would suggest that when the time is right, and now's not the time, but when the time is right, that I would encourage council to adopt the resolution that at least gets this portion of it taken care of, and then we can do the CIP in 2 weeks. Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the end of the business grant section. We're going to go into the business assistance plan now. And this is a much simpler program. What we're proposing is that the city can pay business license fees for businesses as a way of assisting businesses during this difficult time. And then the ARP funds can reimburse that, which is an acceptable use of the ARP funds.
How much are you talking about?
That's the answer right there. If we pay the business license fees for all businesses that are in El Cajon or even do business in El Cajon but may be based outside the city, it's $825,000. If you're only wanting to pay the business license fees for only businesses physically located in El Cajon, it's $225,000. So that would be a business assistance plan that we bring for your consideration.
I have a quick question for the city attorney. I have a business located in El Cajon. Would I need to leave when discussing this? And this might have been a good question for you before the meeting.
This applies, it's not a conflict of interest from that perspective, but you would not be able to receive the services of this program more than likely because of Government Code Section 1090. There might be an exception to it. We'll have to look at it, but just by virtue of the fact that you are one of many business owners, you're treated in what we call the public generally exception.
So I'm okay.
You're okay to discuss it and vote on this. Whether you are eligible to participate, it would be another issue that we'd have to discuss.
And so, I mean, if we're saying a blanket coverage of all business licenses, then that would be the issue then, right? If that's what we're being proposed is what I'm reading.
Yes. Again, it's like a sewer rates. You pay those because you live here. And then you're treated just like the public generally in those sewer rates. So is the case with business licenses that are paid once you paid or not paid. So you're eligible under the Political Reform Act to participate in this. What I'm saying is whether participate in the vote, but whether you're able to participate in the program is something we'd have to look into.
Okay.
Vince, go ahead.
It's really simple. So that's the entirety of the business assistance plan. It's just a one year use ARP money to pay for business licenses in the city, and you have two choices available to you if you want to even do this.
Can you explain the difference between all business licenses and the ones that?
Sure. All business licenses refers to all businesses that are not physically located here but send people into the city to conduct business. They need a business license as well. They have a business license with the city of El Cajon. And, if you're going to conduct business in the city of El Cajon, whether you're physically located here or not, you still need a business license. That's why that number is so much larger, $825,000.
Yeah.
If you have a storefront here or home occupation here in the city limits of El Cajon, that's $225,000. So that's the choice. Either all businesses, including those that travel into the city to conduct business, or just the businesses that are physically located in the city.
Thanks, Vince. All right.
So are we guaranteed to get refunded that money by the federal government, whether it's the $825 or the $225?
Well, you already have, we will soon have all of the ARP, we'll soon have the first tranche of the ARP funds, and you will be using those ARP funds next year to reimburse the city whatever amount you select, if any.
And if we choose the higher number, is there something else we may not be able to do? Is there a...
Yeah, absolutely, because you're just now starting to look at some specific programs, such as the one we just discussed, the business grant. So this would be conceivably $825,000 that you couldn't use on more programs as they come forward.
Oh, I think we should go with the $225 then, because I want to help businesses that are actually in the city.
Steve?
I agree with number two, and I'm going to give the city manager credit for this thought as well. My pest control company, for instance, is located in another community. We don't know if that community will have a similar program, and they would get a double dip. So I'm all for number two because it's you've got more skin in the game, so to speak, because you're paying property taxes, and it means a lot more.
Anybody else? I agree. Okay.
Okay, so with that, all we need would be for the council to make a motion on the resolution before you.
All right, well, is this making a motion on the second part or the first part and the second?
The resolution covers both, so you would specify that you would want option number 2 for the business assistance plan, and then the business grant plan would be adopted in its entirety as presented. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. You would amend that to not allow the first $15,000. It would be just the second $15,000.
So what about all the direction that we gave about nonprofits and all that?
I have an answer for that. The resolution says that we, with such changes and refinements as be necessary or desired, as may be approved by the city manager. So he would follow the direction of what we've just given here today.
Right. That's the city attorney's purpose of that language.
Oh, so now I will also give the city attorney some props today too, since the city manager's gotten 2 so far. So we're 2 to 1. We've got some time left here. I'll make a motion that we approve the next resolution as stated.
Is there a second? All right, please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote.
Okay, we're going to take a short 5-minute break before we continue on with our marathon meeting. So. This is a COVID-19 update, and I will ask Graham to give us this update.
Excuse me,
Mr. Mayor, members.
Excuse me. After we closed or we did the motion for the last item, we received one comment.
Oh.
With your permission and
of course,
the city attorney's permission. I can read it. And this is from Robert Metchell. Does the city already have access to sales tax records of local businesses and therefore revenue, which can be compared to previous years? ? Couldn't these be used as criteria for which businesses are most impacted by the pandemic and most in need of financial assistance? ? And that's the end of the comment.
Anybody want to comment on that? Or?
We actually do have access to it. There is a bit of a challenge in that it is also proprietary information. So once we go into a document, we couldn't reveal that. The other problem is businesses have the ability to defer sales tax, and so having a true comparison from quarter to quarter becomes really difficult because you can defer sales tax, and so now you're comparing a deferred quarter with a non-deferred quarter. So it's a great benchmark to see, are you really hurting, but probably to use it as the measuring stick probably isn't the way to go. But we were using it already to kind of understand which industries were impacted the most. So we'll probably continue to use it, but that's a great suggestion.
All right. Thank you, Robert Metchell. All right. All right, now the time for the COVID-19 report, Graham.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have a report. I'm just here to answer any questions if the council has questions on COVID and just keep it as an open item.
All right. Angela, any speaker cards on this?
We received no comments, sir.
All right. Questions from council? All right. Let's move on then. Commissioner reports. There are no commissioner reports on today's agenda. Item 19 is my activities report, which is as reported. Now we're activity reports for council members. Councilmember Goebel.
As reported.
Councilmember Metchell.
As reported, with one exception, I did go to the Dave's Hot Chicken opening.
I heard you held a rubber chicken.
I did, and I smiled all the way through it. It was supposed to be on Thursday, and it got moved to Sunday, so my report reflects it on Thursday. So
thank you for representing us there.
I try.
Councilmember Ortiz.
As reported.
Item 24 is a joint report by Councilmember Goebel and Mayor Pro Tem Kendrick, who is not here at this point, so I'll leave it to you, Mr. Goebel.
The idea here, and we're actually kind of on the same track with the chamber, who's on a similar track right now, is it's great to have a big event to let everybody know that this food place is still open. And people love a fair, festival, and in the past the city's done events like Taste of East County. And one of the obstacles, probably the big obstacle, is the ability to pay for the food and staff the booth, because as Councilmember Mitchell said, the mom and pops sometimes run the business themselves and they can't leave their location and go staff a booth. So this would use ARP funds to subsidize the cost of food, to remove that barrier. And if the mom and pop can't survive or can't provide staffing, perhaps an ECTLC can and earn a stipend instead, or St. Madeleine Sophie Center and earn a stipend instead, or other nonprofit organization to do that. It would be great for the restaurant, the dine-in restaurants, who could use some more visibility. Also not talked about a lot are the catering companies, who are part of the events industry, and we have some of those in El Cajon, and if they were able to be made visible to people, the public, that would be great. Typically, these events have to charge $50 or more per person to cover these costs of food costs for all these people, restaurants, and the labor they have to pay hourly wages to. So the ARP would reduce that, hopefully, to the level that a person pays when they go out to eat, which could be $10 to $20 a ticket or something like that. So that's what the incentive would do. The Chamber is on a similar path for a September event, and they would have a food fest. They're talking about having it out at the Elks property, which has a large footprint. And I suggested we actually supersize the event and even would open it up to non-food businesses who want to have a booth. Perhaps ECTLC wants to have a booth there to showcase what they're doing. Perhaps a pest control business wants to have a booth there for economic development. So this could be a huge food event and a huge business revitalization comeback event. And that's the idea. I would suggest we outsource this for administration to somebody like the Chamber, who seems to be on a similar track. And let's see if by subsidizing this and lowering the cost to people, it gets a big turnout, and it also reaches an event or an audience different than what we've reached with our Dollar Days program. That's kind of a different audience that may not be able to afford a $10 to $20 per person type of thing. That's where we're going with this.
Any concept of how much that would cost?
I would hope that the out-of-pocket cost to an attendee would be $10 to $20, the same as what they would spend eating out.
So what would the cost be in the city?
I think less than $100,000. Let's say that you get 40 businesses and you give them each $2,500. That should cover their cost of food and labor, is what I'm thinking. That's a ballpark estimate.
Yeah,
Maybe city staff has some thoughts. Or you all have some thoughts.
Council, any...
So would this be sort of like, I want to say Restaurant Week, where you pay like one amount, but you can do tastings at every place? I like that idea.
It's like a big food court.
Yeah.
Reminds me like one of those big beer festivals.
Exactly.
Yeah, for foodies.
Nice. Staff, any objections to this? Are we violating any laws? Council?
Well, the recommendation from Councilmember Goebel and Deputy Mayor Kendrick is to give us some direction, some feedback, and then we'll come back, flush out with the details, including costs and kind of how what we think makes sense.
I think you could consider yourself directed. Okay.
Can I just make a comment? I think that everything that we've talked about tonight, if for those who are watching online, El Cajon is trying really, really hard. One, to change our image. Two, to bring El Cajon up to a higher level. And I appreciate staff so much in putting up with our ideas and our suggestions and coming up with plans to implement some of these ideas, because I think we need it so bad. We need to get rid of the negative comments that you get from the public, how El Cajon is just terrible. El Cajon's a great place to live, and it's a great place to work. And I think that we're trying as hard as we can to use funds, not taxpayer money, for most of this, that we're using funds that the government's going to give to us. And yes, ultimately that is taxpayer money, but that gives the citizens something to do that's different and revitalizes El Cajon. And I thank all of you for putting in the hard work to get us to this point. And I'm excited to see where El Cajon goes on this.
Great.
I'll piggyback off that. It's we've seen an afternoon, a long afternoon of really collaboration. It's kind of fun when it's not dysfunctional. And we actually kind of get stuff done. And it's just fun not to be dysfunctional. And we really do come up with a lot of compromises and tangents. And the real winners are the business owners and the people less fortunate. And I think that's a win for El Cajon.
I'm in favor of functional. Okay. Moving on. First off, hold on. Okay, there are no general information items on today's agenda. There are no first or second readings on today's agenda. And that brings us to closed session. The city attorney will recite the title and lead us into closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council will meet in closed session for one item. It's a public employee performance evaluation of the city manager.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the closed session. Please vote.
Motion carries by unanimous vote of those present.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in a little while to finish the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back from closed session. I'll ask our city attorney to report.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session for a performance evaluation of the city manager. Mr. Kendrick was absent. He was not available, but they performed the evaluation, and that's the only report I have for you.
Thank you, sir. This brings us to the adjournment. The adjourned regular joint meeting of the El Cajon City Council, El Cajon Housing Authority, successor agency to the El Cajon Redevelopment Agency, held this 27th day of April 2021, is adjourned till Tuesday, May 11th, 2021 at 3 o'clock p.m. Thank you.